Prohibitions and Maryland Cybersecurity Loan Assistance Repayment Program establishment. This bill creates the Maryland Cybersecurity Loan Assistance Repayment Program. The bill also expands the Cybersecurity Public Service Scholarship Program by, one, allowing students to apply under specified conditions, or part-time students to apply under specified conditions. Two, increasing the number of years an individual may hold an award. And three, expanding the positions that fulfill the program's work and teaching obligations. The Maryland State Department of Education must provide information on the scholarship to certain high school students. The bill also makes technical change to clarify the conditions under which a student must repay the Maryland Higher Education Commission scholarship funds. There is one amendment. It's on page 4 of your packet. And this amendment strikes the provisions creating the Loan Assistance Repayment Program.
Let's first of all put the bill before us. Moved, seconded. Let's put the amendment before us. Is there a motion? It's been moved, seconded. Discussion on the amendment. Senator Hester, are we good with the amendment? Okay, any objection to the amendment? This is just, please.
Senator, it sounds like the bill was extending it, and then you said the amendment removes it? Could you explain the language, what you're trying to accomplish, please?
The amendment puts it in the same form as it passed the Appropriations Committee. So to avoid going to conference, we're accepting their amendment. Yes.
They're voting this afternoon, but
Oh,
that's
sorry.
my understanding, yes. No. The House Appropriations Committee is voting this afternoon.
Discussion on the amendment. Anybody object to the amendment? Amendment's approved. The bill's amended, open for discussion, debate. Please.
So there's full-time currently, and then there's part-time. And then, I'm not sure how it's amended, there is service requirement after they get the grant. Is the same time requirement for full-time as it is part-time for as far as your service requirement?
Yes. For 1 year, for each year that the recipient receives the scholarship under this subtitle, a scholarship recipient shall work in the state in the cybersecurity field for whatever. So there was not, the work obligation for a part-time student may not exceed 3 years. So even though they can hold the scholarship for 6 years under this bill, they're limited in their payback time to 3 years.
Okay, so if somebody does a 2-year program full-time, they have to do 2 years?
Correct.
And if they do part-time for 2 years, which is basically 1 year study, half the cost, they're still going to have to do 2 years?
Correct.
You pay?
Because they've held it for 2 years, yes.
And is that the intention, that you're getting half the money, you have to do the same service requirement back to the state?
The intention was that you can, doesn't matter how long it takes you to get the degree. If it takes you, instead of 2 years, it takes you 4 years, that you would still have to repay it for what a full-time, degree or certification would have taken. Does that make sense?
It doesn't, is that what you were saying, Stacy?
So it's
not
not based on the amount of the scholarship, it's just based on, the obligation is for how long you've held the scholarship. That's the way the language in the statute reads. So a full-time student can hold the scholarship for, let me make sure I get it right here. So each recipient of a scholarship under this subtitle may hold the award for 6 years if the recipient is part-time. So because the part-timers can hold it for so much longer, they don't want to obviously give them the longer period of time. But it's not based on the amount of money, it's based on the years you've held the scholarship.
And just been a year or two since I looked at this. So it's based on time, not money, you're saying?
Yes.
So you could get a $10,000 scholarship or a $25,000 scholarship, and it would still be the same service requirement?
Yes.
And that's what we want to do?
Well, that's the existing law.
Well,
The
it's
existing
before us
law
now.
is for 1 year, for each year, the recipient receives a scholarship under this subtitle. They work for that, yes. So that's the existing law, unless you want to change the existing law.
Right, but under existing law, they're going full-time, and under this, they're going part-time. So it just seems interesting that adding that new portion in there, we're saying you're gonna have to give the state certain payback time, and it's just simply based how long your scholarship is, not how much the state invested in you. It just doesn't seem like a,
Well, they may invest less per year at a part-time, but you may hold it for 3 times as long, twice as long. So normally, you would be able to hold it for 3 years, they would pay a certain amount. But as a part-timer, you can hold it for 6 years, and you may end up as the same amount as a full-timer, it just takes you longer.
and if you could remind me also, if they go for a part-time for one part-time, they don't finish their program, they can't get their job, do they have to repay that?
They have to repay if they don't complete, yes.
Well, this was Senator Simoner's bill originally, so if there wasn't, previous years. So if there was, if you see an opportunity to make it better, I obviously liked the bill since I filed it this year. But if you have a suggestion, be open, but
Well, if you don't complete the bill, you don't get credit for the, no, I'm just completing the course. But, Ms. Goodman, right now, the award varies depending on what institution you go to. So even currently, like she said, you can get 10 or 25, it doesn't change your work requirement. In other words, if you go to a private and get X opposed to a public and get Y, part-time may or may not be on the same continuum, but you're receiving a different amount of money. So, I mean, I think we can explain it. I'm open, I'm agnostic on this. Yeah,
If I recall from conversations past, I think where this came from was originally we put a full-time person going in, getting a degree, and then working in the field, which is much needed. And then the community colleges came in and said, well, can we come in and get some of these smaller courses that people come in just to get a little certification here or there, doesn't take a whole degree type of thing, and we would really like to be in that. Back then, it was the money issue, we didn't want to divide that up. I think there's more money we got put in it this year with that, but again, and I haven't looked at this enough to know, would those people that, well, let me first ask, are these all degree or associate degree scholarships, or are these allowed to go in there and get a Microsoft certificate or something like that? I know the original bill was a full-time.
if you look on page 2, it says, community college, undergraduate or graduate study, or non-degree certification or apprentice. That leads to a degree, registered apprentice, or certification. My reading is, it doesn't say a course here, a course there, it's gotta be
What
Towards-
page is that? I'm sorry.
page 2, I think, middle of the page, is that,
Yeah, I'm just scrolling.
I'm sorry, line 15 to 19.
Struck in the new, so if you're looking at the reprint, which should be in your
Sorry.
packet, that lines 15 through 19 were struck. That involved the LARP position.
Where's the reprint?
It's starting on page, I didn't include the reprint because I was just striking all of the major provisions in there. But, so if you look on the bill on page 15 through 19, that higher education loan that you're referencing, that was struck by the amendment. So it says here, is eligible, is enrolled full-time at an eligible institution in an approved degree or certificate program that is directly relevant to cybersecurity and within 3 years of graduation from the individual's degree or certification program. So certification would assume that you don't have to go and get a degree in order to qualify for this scholarship.
Be more like a Microsoft certification or something like that that the community colleges are offering. So, and I support the bill, I'm just thinking, so they get that, and then what is their service requirement? So if they complete that,
So if they held it for 1 year and it took them, say, 6 months, they would have to complete 1 year of service.
okay. And that would be at a state agency, high school.
So on page 4 of the bill,
Yeah,
it says work in the state in the cybersecurity field for, and then it expands the provisions in Senator Hester's bill to a local education agency, a public high school or community college, or a unit of state government, a unit of county government, or a unit of city or municipal government.
okay. And let me just ask to the practicality of it. So if I go get a Microsoft certification, take a semester to do it, probably cost me less than $4,000 to do it. I could get the scholarship or whatever, but then I've got to give a year back of my service to get that. Is that really a high enough incentive? If I was going to school to get the $4,000, I don't know that I'd be willing to commit a year of my life to get a $4,000 scholarship.
I completely agree, and I think most people would agree as well. So they wouldn't apply for the scholarship for that purpose.
Okay, that's fine.
As you recall, on the, is it the promise? Yeah. Which is basically free college tuition if you're below 100,000 with one parent, 150 with two parents. And we removed the payback at the request of the community colleges across the state because they said it was a deterrent. Now, obviously, some of these very same people could, if they qualify and they're going to community college, could get it through the other fund, last dollar, if they qualify. So, again, I'm agnostic on this. It's in the body of the committee, and we should put it in the right posture. I understand we want to make it like the House bill, but if we can improve it, the House will just adjust it. So, again, whatever the committee wants to do, I'm going to go with Senator Patterson, then back to Senator Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I support the bill, but there's some other fringe benefits too that a student might be, or should be aware of, because once they come back to pay that service, they're going to be working, I would think, in somewhat in that environment of expertise. I'm trying to say, getting to know an agency, getting for them to know you, you building up contact and all those kind of things. And many students, they go through college and spend a year and a half and don't have a job, trying to find a job, where if you got something in your area of studies to pay back that loan, to me, that's a big plus, in my opinion.
Everything that you said was accurate. I mean, we want to get people to go into, this field and stay in the state and work for government.
Right.
Unfortunately, they're not guaranteed a job. But we've got tons of these jobs open right now. The problem is the pay is too low. So we're trying to entice them into working in cybersecurity in the government by offering to repay their scholarship in that way. I was going to suggest earlier that maybe we just come back to this bill? I don't know, maybe,
Come-
let Simon
come
Air
back-
work some magic over there if he wants to.
Come back today or next week?
No, today.
Okay, well, give it some thought. If we have to amend it, people have creative ideas. I know this is hard, and it's true on every bill. Some of us have a greater interest than others. And we are, and I, we the first one, I'm not always engaged on every bill. But there are a lot of smart minds here who can come up with some interesting solutions, given the thought of the group, particularly when it's not ideological and there are differences, D's versus R's. So give it some thought. We'll try coming back later today, and if we can resolve it, we will. If not, we'll take it up next week. We're still early enough.
Senate Bill 37.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Oh, okay. Senate Bill 37, Health Occupation State Board of Massage Therapy Examiners requiring license to practice and other revisions. There's a hold from last week. This bill requires all massage therapists to be licensed after November 1st, 2026, and removes the registration scheme for registered massage practitioners on that date. Prohibits the board from issuing an original registration after October 1, 2023. Amends curriculum requirements for licensing and registration so that it includes hands-on techniques, requires a curriculum to be approved by the board instead of the Maryland Higher Education Commission. It removes the requirement that higher education institutions be approved by the Maryland Higher Education Commission to qualify. And alters language, increases contact hour requirements from $600 to $750, and adds a $50,000 civil penalty. There are sponsor amendments that are included in the packet that change Institute of Higher Education to Institute, oh, sorry.
Let's give people a chance. Ms. Foxworth,
So the SB 37 amendments should be on page
6.
6, yes, of the packet. And there is an accompanying amendment to SB 37 sponsored by Senator Simon Ayer that should be on your desks in the stack of individual amendments. So first is a sponsor amendment in the packet. The second is an amendment from Senator Simon Ayer on your desks.
And Ms. Foxworth, again, briefly, what is the intent of the bill? What does it do?
So the intent is to phase out registered massage practitioners and convert to a license scheme by October 1st of 2026, November 1st of 2026.
They're moved from registered to licensed.
They'll go from registered to licensed,
There are
yes.
different categories, being registered and being licensed.
Right.
Okay. Let's assume the bill is still on the floor from last meeting. I think we did put it on the floor. Any objection to the sponsor amendment replacing secondary, higher education with post-secondary? No objection, that's adopted. We have one other amendment, Senator Simon Ayer.
Yeah, thank you. I've been working a lot on this amendment, and I'm not sure we're going to particularly offer it because I've been talking with the sponsor this morning as well. Let me tell you my concerns. I support the bill. I'm going to vote for the bill. So what we heard in testimony was that there is a two-tier system. It's not like throughout the states, and it's confusing, so they want to go to a one-tier system like the rest of them. So there's a conversion process that takes place, and we heard testimony that they wanted, if you had 10 years' experience, you would get converted automatically. If it was 1,000 hours and you hadn't met the 10 years, then you would get converted. And then there was out of state, if you had done a degree or something like that, they would look at the hours and try to get them up to 750, which increased from 600 to 750. The concern I had, one was none of that was in the bill. It was just trust the board to do this. You're going to get converted. You have several, it's like 1,500 RMPs and LMPs. And this bill is basically going to say, we're going to convert you if you abide by the board's regulations. If you don't abide by them, you won't have a license. So I reached out to the board and I said, you testified what those requirements are. Can we put those in law so the people who are registered now, who have a job now, know what to expect and what they have to do. Talk to the sponsor as well. They would like to keep it just so the board adopts some regulations and don't specify that, and just leave it as their intention, which I can or cannot live with, possibly. But one of the conditions that came up, if you have an RMP, which is the registered, that has to be converted to the LMP, and they have a 2-year window to get the 1,000 hours. So if they are registered a year and a half before this window of conversion, they come into the first 6 months of that window, and now they have to renew. May have had a baby, may have done whatever, decided I'm not going to work that year because I have a child at home. They don't get the 1,000 hours. What happens? And so basically, through a lot of conversation, they don't get their license. They don't get converted, they don't get renewed. So they need to get the 1,000 hours, but you don't get the license, so you can't get more hours. So really, the only option would be go back to school and get those additional 150 hours that this bill is requiring. And, you know, my concern is you have a single mom that's working, and then this is going to potentially get them out of a job, and then they're going to have to go back to school, a lack of income and so forth. So I wanted to get that kind of defined. The board kind of wants to just leave that flexible. I have a little concern about just leaving it all to the board to do that. So talking with the sponsor today, I'm hoping to get that in writing, so I at least go back to them and say, this is what your intentions were in case they change it. And, you know, leave it up to the body if that's okay with you. I think that's where the sponsor wants to do it, but I'd like to get at least a letter from the board stating this is our intentions of how to convert. And then the second issue I have is currently there's a criminal provision that if they practice massage without a license, they can go to jail for up to 6 months and a $2,000 fine. And if they do it again, it can be $6,000 and 1 year in jail. And what this bill is doing is creating a civil penalty up to $50,000. So I have a little concern about that. So I reached out to the board and I said, how many cases are there that are occurring? And it looks like over the last 3 years, there were 8 where they actually handed them over for prosecution. And I asked them how many had received the maximum or anything. They have no idea. So I just think it's a little stretch to have the criminal penalty in there and then give them up to a $50,000 penalty on as well. And not that I think that people should be practicing massage without a license, but as far as public health, I don't think they're going to get their back broken or something like that. So I don't know if it's necessarily a safety issue worth $50,000. So those are my concerns. I'm going to just, at the end of the day, I think I'm just going to get the board to write me a letter, say this is their intention, and I'll vote for the bill. But I would like to see the penalty maybe move down to something more along the criminal line penalty, so they can have 2 alternative ways to get the penalty in there. Last thing I'll say, I know like the doctors, they have $50,000 limit, but I just think it's a little excessive.
To give a little context, the massage therapists originally wanted to be registered or licensed to separate themselves out from prostitution. Massage parlors, massage people, not masquerading, publicizing themselves as massage when there were prostitution situations. So this all began in many ways for that reason, however many years ago. So that's sort of the genesis. Now, I don't know if the fine is related to that or not. In other words, if there's a prostitution ring using massage, I don't know if that's why they have such a high number. I just don't know. So, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Simonier, you said you've been working with the sponsor. Does he agree, support these amendments that you were suggesting, or you just broad discussion?
No, I'm deciding at this point, I decided not to offer the proposed amendment that she worked on so well, and I apologize because there's been more conversation since then. But I would like to proffer the 50,000 and have that reduced. I have not had a chance to talk to the sponsor on that one, unfortunately.
Okay,
That was not intentionally, I just haven't had a chance.
okay, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What I heard Senator Simoner say is that he wants to wait and get a letter and this, that, and the other. So rather than debate the amendment now, does it make sense to get more data for the next voting session? Is that what you were saying?
We've held it once.
I wasn't saying that.
Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
was
then
saying to get
misheard
my
you.
vote, I'm going to get a letter for them to give me the intention. I'll vote for the bill, but I'd like to have in my back pocket that they said that this is what they're intending to do. So later, if they don't do it, I can bring that letter back up.
So the sponsor of the bill told me that there was an amendment that you were going to be bringing that he wasn't particularly fond of, but maybe that was that this amendment, or was that, okay.
That's the one you should have in your packet.
Okay, so then Senator Ellis's question, I thought you just said you hadn't had time to circle back with him to give him an updated version. So I'm just missing,
Okay, he came into my office 40
Yeah.
minutes ago.
yeah.
He opposes the amendment from Senator Simoner in the packet. He didn't comment or didn't know about lowering the fine. So the first one he didn't like, the massage board didn't like. Senator Simoner is saying proceed, do what you do. He would like a letter for him to feel comfortable, but we should proceed. He's also proffering lowering the fine. And that's, no, but I'm going to accept that as an amendment, and we can debate it and vote it up or down. I don't care, whatever the committee wants to do. So he's not proffering this amendment. I'm taking him as he's proffering lowering 50,000 to
10,000.
10,000. It's on the floor, it's moved and seconded. Discussion on his amendment. Hold on. Senator Washington, Senator Ellis.
I was going to say that I support lowering the amendment. And if they were trying to do it similar to a doctor, they don't make the same amount. So I don't know if 10,000 is right, but I definitely think lowering it, 10,000 seems to be prohibitive. So I support that.
So is there a fine anywhere associated with any of this right now, current law? Is there,
Criminal penalty where you can have 6 months or $2,000, or if you do it again, it can be up to a year and 6,000.
yeah,
And then this would be an alternative. You could do both still. You could do criminal and civil, or just civil, or however you want. It gives them more ways to fine them.
so, so there are 2,000 and then 6,000. So this bill will just say a flat 10,000, up to 10,000.
It would say instead of making it 50,000 for a criminal, it would make it down to a maximum of 10,000.
Okay, great, thanks.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, anybody object to adopting that amendment? Seeing none, okay, that's adopted. The bill is amended with the one amendment, the sponsor amendment and the 10,000 amendment. Discussion. Would anybody like to be recorded in the negative? Any abstentions? Okay, unanimous, as amended with two amendments.
Senate Bill 70, Emergency Medical System Plan Guidelines for Emergency Medical Services, Law Enforcement, K-9s. This bill requires the EMS Board, Emergency Medical Services Board, Emergency Medical System Plan to include guidelines that authorize EMS to provide services to police K-9s injured in the line of duty, to transport K-9s to veterinary facilities, to provide criminal and civil immunity for EMS employees who provide services to the K-9s in good faith, and guidelines that prohibit EMS personnel from providing services to a K-9 if an individual needs concurrent assistance. This also was a hold from last week as well.
I think this is really well intended, and as I think folks know, I've spent a lot of time on 911 stuff. I don't think this is quite ready for prime time and not quite the right bill, so I'm going to move unfavorable.
Well, I'm going to say an equal opportunity no to both of you. I don't think we need an update, but unfortunately, I think there's probably a motion still on the floor from last week. I didn't think of it. We held it after, I think it was moved and seconded. I hadn't thought about that. The vice chair obviously shared her intent to vote against it, I assume. So the bill before us is that, am I right on the status?
I'm not asking for a vote on the bill before us.
Well, I don't want to be too parliamentary here, but I want to have some decorum. Was it moved and seconded before we held it last week? Okay, yes, my good friend Senator Lamb, I think, moved a favorable. So the bill before us, it's been moved and seconded, is before us. So discussion on the bill before us.
Am I recognized?
Yeah, is it on the bill?
Yes.
Okay.
Since our last session, the stakeholders, the Sheriffs and Police Chiefs Association, the Maryland Fire Chiefs, the Maryland State Volunteer Firefighters, have been in contact with MIMS to amend SB 70 to specifically address MIMS concerns and to narrow the bill to make clear that the authorization is there to provide these emergency medical services to police canine injured in the line of duty and to allow for a local opt-in to work with MIMS. So the bill before you would be, if the committee so chooses, the conceptual amendment is that it shouldn't be in the EMS plan where the original language is, that we go to narrow the bill to make it simply a requirement that there would be a local opt-in. I realize that the response from MIMS is that you do not need legislation for the authorization or the local opt-in, and that they can do this without legislation. But as this committee has done with other agencies and departments, and working with members on this committee, a requirement would actually allow that protocol to go forward. Not only for the locals to have the authority, which MIMS says they have the authority, but to actually put in protocols so those jurisdictions that want to opt in can do so. In the Maryland Medical Protocols, Emergency Medical Services, there is a section of optional supplemental protocols. This is a list of all of the optional supplemental protocols. SB 70 could be amended, I said could be amended, to require MIMS to establish a protocol working with the local jurisdictions for emergency services for police canines injured in the line of duty. It would be a total opt-in. So all of these optional supplemental protocols that you see are optional. For instance, the town of Ocean City is not opting into the Wilderness Emergency Medical Services Protocol that I understand my colleague has been trained on. My point is, if it's in statute, then we are ensured that we are moving forward this year on a protocol that would allow these local jurisdictions who want to do it clear authority to not only provide the care, but actual protocols in place. And we have local jurisdictions that have already volunteered to work with MIMS on the local protocol, so it is not burdensome to MIMS, who are public servants to these stakeholders.
Senator?
If I can just finish, if the committee does not support amending SB 70 in this narrow focus, then I would withdraw the bill, and I would respectfully ask the chair to send a strongly worded letter directing MIMS to establish the optional supplemental protocol this year. They update their protocols once a year. So we were incorrect to put this in the emergency plan where they update it every 5 years. They update their protocols every year. By putting it in a bill, it would actually get done. That's why I was proposing a narrowed-down amendment supported by the stakeholders that I've outlined to go forward. Again, I wanted to lay it out because a lot of work's been done to get to this point. I've seen this committee work with other members on this committee on bills. I understand MIMS's position, but as we've done with other departments and agencies, we direct them to do something that should be done.
Senator, rather than take up a conceptual amendment, I'm going to ask you to withdraw your favorable and move to an unfavorable. I don't want to spend time on an amendment if the bill's going to go down. And we've had a conversation. I think this is a solution looking for a problem. None of these people came to us in the last 20 years saying there was confusion. MIMS has opposed it. I just, personally, I'm going to be voting no, and I don't want to spend a lot more time on it if it's going down. So I would ask you to withdraw the favorable, I would ask Senator Lamb to withdraw the favorable. No? Okay.
So what I just heard the senator from the shore just say is that she would withdraw the bill if the committee would send a letter. And I think that's a really smart idea, and I, for one, would be happy to affix my name to such a letter, encouraging folks to consider taking this action.
Yeah, and I don't object to writing some letter to MIMS saying they should consider reviewing their protocols. So I have no objection, but we're still dealing with a favorable on the floor. And she had an amendment, so.
Well, I tried to outline it. The reason I wanted to walk through, I thought it was only fair to my committee members to know all the
been
work
done.
that's.
So how do we proceed
So
from this point?
if I was trying to, if it is not the will of the committee to do the narrow amendment, I would withdraw the bill because I do not want an unfavorable on something that is going to go forward. And I don't know from the communication that we've had, Mr. Chair, if the letter would be worded strong enough to direct MIMS to put the optional supplemental protocol in place.
Offered to send a letter. I don't want to negotiate the words of the letter. We haven't even voted on the bill yet. I mean, you want to know where the will of the committee is. That's why I was going to move to the unfavorable. I don't want to have the favorable because you don't do it until there's an amendment, and I don't want to spend time on the amendment if the bill's going to go down. So I want to be efficient here, and I want to be parliamentary appropriate. Look, I'm going to write a letter to say they should consider what you're suggesting of changing their protocols. I'm not saying they have to do it, and they have to do it by June 2nd. I'm willing to write a letter. I told you that last week or this week. I just don't want to get stuck on which comes first. So if you want to withdraw it, or we can do an unfavorable, look, I just want to move along. We have another 22 bills to do. Anyway.
So are you saying there would be, I'm able to offer as the conceptual amendment and have a vote on it?
Your conceptual amendment is to move forward with the bill, correct? With changing some pieces
Well, the
of.
conceptual amendment, all it would basically be a narrow bill that would require MIMS to
Yeah,
do the optional protocol.
Yeah. I'm going to go back to what I said. I'm going to suggest to the maker of the motion to withdraw the favorable. Okay. I'm going to ask for a substitute.
So then at that point, are you saying then I would withdraw, we would be voting on the bill as is, which is not what I intend. So
Well,
would I
whether you-
withdraw the bill at this point?
Well, when you withdraw a bill, it still is an unfavorable, either way.
Okay, I understood that you could withdraw a bill before you could simply withdraw the bill so there's not a vote, if you agree to do the letter. And
when
you know,
there's
and the reason I'm bringing this up is the stakeholders have worked very hard. They did get the correspondence from MIMS.
I don't want to get into substance. This issue had not come up across the state to this committee for the last 10 or 15 years. It became a problem. MIMS, the statewide group, said this is not necessary. So we all appreciate you've worked with your local stakeholders, and someone has raised this issue. We understand that. We're state senators. We set policy for the state. We take bills to the floor. Some are approved, some are critical.
But the statewide associations do support the bill, and I thought my colleagues should know that as well. But again, I'm just trying to understand if I withdraw the bill, I don't want an unfavorable so I can move forward with the protocol.
Yeah, I mean, the policy in this committee, and I think all committees, is that if 3 bills are withdrawn, the next voting session, we pro forma, it's unfavorable. I don't know if they list withdrawn on the report, and that's fine. No one wants to make anybody look bad here. So if you want to withdraw the bill, that's fine. But the next voting session, before we get, or this voting session, any withdrawn bill still gets unfavorable. It's got to be reported out to the floor, and it'll have in parentheses withdrawn. And I am telling you, I will work on a letter, maybe not exactly how you want, but we'll do a letter. I told you that last week. So I don't want to spend a whole lot more time on this. So right now, there's no motion on the floor. You can say you want to withdraw the bill, or we can move an unfavorable. Either way, it's going to get an unfavorable at some point. Every voting session.
You're saying we wouldn't have a vote on the conceptual amendment?
No, we're not going to deal with a conceptual amendment on a bill that's going to potentially go down. That's why I wanted to get,
Okay, I misunderstood. I thought when we had the hold, I had some time to come have the stakeholders work through something. We addressed, we thought,
Right,
MIMS's concerns, and
but
we're
it's in
trying to
the-
have a narrow.
Senator, these 11 people make the decision.
I understand.
And I'm not sure there's a will to move ahead on this bill. That's why if an unfavorable failed, then we take up your conceptual amendment. Senator.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Can I make a suggestion? Just put a hold on it and do the letter and leave it alone with that so it doesn't have that unfavorable.
On hold.
I mean, just, let it go away.
Senator, I suggest to you, you tell the committee you're going to withdraw the bill, and like every other withdrawn bill, we send it on the report as unfavorable, because all withdrawn bills, no matter how good, bad, or indifferent they are, they get an unfavorable. They're not being moved forward to the floor. And next to it will say withdrawn. And I will commit to write a letter. I told you, you can take the first cut of the draft.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank
you, Mr. Chair. I will withdraw the bill, and I would appreciate my colleagues' support in the drafting of the letter so we can have a strongly worded letter to MIMS to go forward with this optional supplemental so our police canines can receive emergency care.
Said she is withdrawing the bill. The bill is withdrawn, which calls for us taking action, makes it into unfavorable. Is anybody going to object to the unfavorable on this withdrawn bill? Seeing none, that's done, and we will talk offline about moving on a letter.
Senate Bill 77, Health Occupations Boards, Investigations, Right to Counsel. This bill authorizes a health occupations practitioner in an investigation to be represented by counsel during the investigatory period and to have counsel present at any investigatory interviews.
there is one sponsor amendment, which should be included in your packet, and it is on page 7. So the amendment would authorize counsel, so the attorney representing them, obviously, to participate in investigatory interviews instead of just being present. They'll have authority to participate. The amendment also states that if a licensee chooses to have counsel present and participating, then the counsel can ask questions, provide advice, and provide relevant information to the practitioner. It also expands this authority to include registration holders instead of just licensees, and it gives the board the authority to remove counsel if the counselor is substantially interfering with the investigation.
A motion on the bill. It's been moved. Is there a second? It's been seconded. There are sponsor amendments that Mrs. Foxworth just went over. I believe these are a result of conversations the sponsor had with others to clarify the bill. They've been moved, they've been seconded. Discussion on the amendments. Seeing none, the amendments are adopted. The bill as amended, the floor is open for discussion or further amendments. Seeing none, would anybody like to be recorded in the negative? Opposition? Seeing none, that'll go to the floor unanimously. Next.
Senate Bill 79, Higher Education, Senatorial Scholarships, Program Accreditation. This emergency bill allows a senatorial scholarship to be used at an out-of-state institution when an academic area is not offered at an accredited program in the state. Specifically, the program must be accredited by a national accrediting association approved by the U.S. Department of Education. There are no amendments, there was no opposition, and this passed out of the Senate last year.
Counsel, isn't that what we do today? Isn't this our current operating procedures? Isn't this a unique major?
I'm not really.
Or,
More nuanced question. Why is this different?
Oh, so you can't use your scholarships on the out-of-state institutions. But in this case, it would allow you to do that only if the program that you're going to does not have an accredited program in the state. That's essentially all that it is.
for 13 years, we've called it a unique major.
Sure, go ahead.
So the way I understand this bill, and please correct me if I don't get it right, I want to do some funky major, and there's a school in Maryland that does it, but it's a fly-by-night unaccredited. Therefore, you'd be precluded from getting a senatorial scholarship because there is a program in-state. I want to go to an accredited program, but it's out of state, and that I wouldn't therefore be able to get the support. So this bill allows them to go to the better program that is accredited, which will help them get a better education and more credentials and blah, 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 and supersede the unaccredited option in state.
Okay. So my next question would be, Ms. Goodman, are we saying that MHEC, who keeps a list of institutions in Maryland, has unapproved, unaccredited institutions on their list?
What this means is that certain programs, they have to exist for a certain length of time before they can achieve accreditation. So for example, there was a program in New York State that had an accredited program, but one that was being started in Maryland that was not yet accredited. They could get a scholarship for that program while they took it in New York State, but not in Maryland because it is not accredited.
Okay, thank you.
I think the senator had a unique situation, a one-off, and he wanted to make sure that accredited is in the law, that's all. I think in most cases, this has worked and there's been no conflict, but I think he wanted, Senator Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think what the statement you just ended was correct. But what happens when a school believes that their institution is accredited, then with the higher education, make the decision that it is or it's not.
It's the program.
Well, the program at that particular institution. I guess I don't know if this could be a slippery slope down the road in terms of straightening out schools that should not be straightened out.
I mean, that's a policy decision for the committee. It's not a policy decision. It's not a legal question.
Well, I think all schools, are expected to go through accreditation.
Yeah?
And if they're not accredited, they don't get certain benefits. And I think he just wants to make sure that we give the money to accredited schools. I believe, Senator.
That may be, but I'll be voting. nay.
Okay. I mean, we can have MAC talk to you, obviously. Okay, that passed unanimously and goes to the floor. Next bill. Nine to one. Hester absent. Patterson opposition.
Senate Bill 82, Certified Nursing Assistants Licensing Requirements. This bill alters the definition of a certified nursing assistant and phases out the position of a geriatric nursing assistant by requiring licensed applicants for certified nursing assistants to pass a federal competency exam after October 1st, 2023, in addition to other requirements. This applies for initial licensure qualifications and for renewal. So it requires the Board of Nursing to adopt regulations for the licensing of CNAs pursuant to federal requirements and to develop procedures to assist those licensed to meet the new requirements under federal law between June 1st, 2022 and October 1st, 2022. There are sponsor amendments found within your voting packet. I'm trying to find the page. Looks like they begin on page 9. So the amendments extend the requirements by a year. So instead of October 1st, 2023 being the phase-in deadline, it is extended to October 1st, 2024. Also makes a licensing exception for those individuals who will be practicing for less than 4 consecutive months as a CNA and within a nursing facility. It requires the training programs to meet this October 1st, 2024 deadline, and adds exceptions to dialysis technicians and makes specific exceptions for those who are in their first phase of a renewal cycle. Instead of having to meet the federal requirements, they can satisfy a bridge program.
Senator, Vice Chair.
I think the amendments make this bill better, and again, I know this is well-intentioned and will help improve our healthcare system. My worry is that is in the midst of a pandemic, and with the statistics I gave you yesterday, with the enormous crisis-level labor shortage, that this could exacerbate it. And so I wonder, Mr. Chair, rather than pushing effective date back a year, whether we ought to just consider it next year or the following year after the pandemic, hopefully, and the crisis shortage, labor shortage, is in the rearview mirror more. So for that reason, while the amendment makes it better, I would suggest moving it unfavorable.
Is there a second?
I think the vice chair pretty much said what I was going to ask. After the amendments, does this add requirements during, we're suffering this worker shortage crisis, so does this still add extra requirements? That was.
It's the
So
same
the
bill,
answer
it
is
just
yes.
pushes back 1 year.
Okay.
And I would also add, the health HFAM deals with, elderly senior housing, and the hospital association are concerned of a shortage as well. Although I must tell you, they say ultimately it's probably a good idea, that the geriatric, if all the CNAs have this, they can work in senior facilities. But in the near future, it would be a shortage. And as you know, on the voting list, we have a bill to look at the healthcare shortage. So, further discussion on the unfavorable. Seeing none, would anybody like to be in opposition to the unfavorable? Okay, the bill is unfavorable, reported as such. Next bill.
The The next bill is Senate Bill 159. Health occupations authorize prescribers reporting of financial gratuities or incentives. This bill requires healthcare providers.
To save us time,
Sounds good.
I'm going to put this on hold. I'm trying to work with the Attorney General's office, with the Senator. I am in full consideration of this problem, but crafting a bill is very, very complicated. So I don't want to take the committee's time. If we can come up with a good solution, we'll bring it back, but it's not ready for prime time. Yeah. That's 159, yeah. Next.
Senate Bill 229, Environment, On-Farm Composting Facilities Permit Exemption. This bill requires the Maryland Department of the Environment to establish an exemption by regulation from the permitting requirements under the Code of Maryland Regulations, COMAR 26.04.11.06, for an on-farm composting facility that, 1, uses 40,000 square feet or of area or less in support of food scrap composting, and 2, meets any other conditions specified in regulation. There is an amendment in your voting packet. The amendment appears on page 18, and the reprint starts on page 22. And this establishes additional requirements and restrictions for on-farm composting without a permit. Specifically, the bill limits the permit exemption to farms that compost particular materials, and also requires them to maintain certain records regarding composting. And you can see the bulk of those sort of changes on the reprint of page 24. Additionally, I'll just note that there have been requests by Senator Carrozza and Senator Hester to be added as co-sponsors if the bill moves.
Let's put, Senator. It's been moved and seconded. Any objection to the sponsor amendments? Don't all raise your hands. They're adopted. Were there other amendments or just that?
Co-sponsor amendments.
That was it?
And the Galleon amendments, that's it.
And the sponsor amendment, any objection to the sponsor amendment? Seeing none, the sponsor amendment is adopted. The bill as amended is before us. Discussion. Further amendments. Seeing none, will anybody wish to be recorded in the opposition? Seeing none, that will go to the floor unanimously. Next.
Senate Bill 230, health occupation, service members, veterans, and military spouses, temporary licensure certification, registration, and permitting. This bill requires each health occupations board to issue a temporary expedited license for service members, veterans, and military spouses who hold a valid license in another state for either over 1 year or under 1 year, and who meet additional requirements, including proof of residency and assignment to a duty station within the state and submission of an application for full licensure. The bill also authorizes the Secretary of Health to authorize an alternative process. There is a co-sponsor amendment in the packet, or sorry, I always jumbled that part. So the co-sponsor amendments requested are from Senators Hester and Senator Carrozza. Obviously, they are not in your packet. But an amendment from Senator Lamb begins on page 26 of the packet. And they are substantive in nature, and they include altering the definition of military spouse to include spouses of service members who died within 3 years as opposed to 1, which is the current metric. It expands the definition of service member to include uniformed service members, requires substantially similar qualifications for the out-of-state license before qualifying for a temporary licensure, requires an application for a full licensure, so outside of this temporary license scheme, to have a checklist prominently displayed on the application for veterans and military spouses. Requires the Department of Health to publish on its website the expedited licensure process. It requires completion of a criminal records check in accordance with the particular board instead of a national check, and it removes the authorization to practice for out-of-staters licensed for under a year. And finally, it requires the Department of Health to submit a yearly report on the applications received.
Just a question. Going from spouse to spouses, are we talking about polygamy? I'm trying to understand.
So for purposes of veterans, a military spouse under current law is defined as a spouse of a veteran who has opted in to veteran status within the year. So it's the same spouse, presumably, but it would give the individuals an additional 2 years after discharging to claim veteran status for purposes of the bill. Instead of 1 year to claim veteran status, you'll have 3.
But we have to turn it into a plural to do that? Is that,
No, I don't think so. It's still military spouse, just one.
okay.
Service members, military spouses, and veterans,
Oh, you mean
Sorry, I should have said
possessive?
military spouse.
not possessive, plural.
Okay, I'm
Let
lost,
me
but
check
that's
the
okay.
amendment and make sure it only says spouse.
It says spouses, and that's why you said that. That's what caught our ears.
Huh,
But it does seem
okay.
to be right because it says service members, military spouses, and veterans in all the places. I had a quick
That is right.
question. A little bit in the weeds, Mr. Chairman. On page, I know we do. Page 29, is it reasonable, and I'm going to ask actually of the sponsor of the amendment, Senator Lamb, is it reasonable to have the Department of Health and all of the boards report on their progress by this December 1st, when the bill will have just gone into effect?
Is your concern about the date or the time period?
I just
If you
want
think
to
they
make
need
sure we're
more-
not setting people up to fail. They're going to,
Yeah, I mean, I think if you need more time, I'm open to extending that date out. So are you looking at December 1st, 2023
maybe? Or what did you say?
or June 1st?
June 1 will be, so the only problem with June 1 is, again, there's new administration, new leaders, they're still figuring out where the bathrooms are.
Yeah, but the agencies, the technocrats,
Okay?
they don't change. I don't care.
I don't care either. I just want to flag that that just seemed possibly fast.
I'm going to take,
It goes into effect October 1, so we'd give them 2 months to come up with a system. So, Senator Lamb?
let's hold for a second on the action. I want to put the bill and the amendments in front of us. I don't want to, go ahead, Senator.
So are we talking about the amendments now? Can I talk about amendments number 2?
Let's move the bill. It's been moved. It's been seconded. The amendments have been moved and seconded. Yes, Senator, the amendments are before us.
Great, yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, question for the sponsor of the amendment. So, amendment number 2, item 3 says, each valid license, certificate, registration, or permit held by the applicant required substantially similar qualifications as a license, certificate, registration, or permit for which the applicant is applied as determined by the Health Occupations Board. So I'm wondering why the need for us to, in the words of Mr. Chairman, have a bureaucrat look and say, is this substantially similar qualifications? That seems like it brings in the judgment of the board on each applicant, whoever sits down and say, is this similar? So my question is for health occupation, say an MD, let's focus on an MD in Texas or Oklahoma, in the United States. Are the licenses so, the requirements for licenses so different in Maryland that we would need to include this for the military community? Because they're moving in, going through stressful moves. You know, military members move like on average, every 3 years. There's a lot of moves. Do we want a board to be holding on to a license to inspect each and every, say, medical license requirements from Oklahoma, where I was stationed, or in Texas, or, I mean, this seems like an undue burden that we're putting in this bill. We're trying to make it easier for this highly stressed community. And then we will put in here a substantial similar qualifications, which makes it, again, very subjective. So we want to take it away from that subjective, and then we would put it back in. So MD in California, and North Dakota, why would we need for anyone to inspect their requirements so closely moving into Maryland to require this part of the amendment?
Okay, yeah, so happy to try to answer that one. So the reason is that a lot of states do have different requirements. So they may have different credentialing requirements for amount of CMEs that they have or the amount of time that they've done clinical training for. Every state has the authority to kind of set those requirements differently, and these are for temporary licenses. So I think the thought here is that we would prefer to have the boards make sure that these folks are at least meeting substantially similar requirements to ours, that they're not completely different and don't meet at least the basic requirements that we would need them to meet in our state. So they're not going to be exactly identical, but they need to be close enough, right? And that's where the substantially similar is. We just don't want someone to have like a completely much lower bar, say in Wyoming or something, for their physicians or nurses or acupuncturists or whoever, be able to kind of slip in this way via a temporary license. We want them to at least meet the minimum requirement in our state to do so.
Yeah, conceptually, I understand that, but practically, so to become MD, taking your certifying, is that statewide or is a nationwide exam? Because I know for CPAs, it's a nationwide exam, even though each CPA is licensed by the state, but the examination to become a CPA is a nationwide examination. So let's focus on your profession, MD. Moving from state to each state offers a different exam. That might be so much easier in Louisiana than in Maryland, where a doctor in Louisiana is not qualified like a doctor in Maryland.
So it's not just the exam. So we do, for physicians, have one national exam.
Mm-hmm.
However, there are still differences. Like there is a different exam for DOs, right? And so that are different from the MDs. And then it's beyond the exam, there are also differences in duration and training required. So some states may have, a need for somebody to take some CMEs on substance use training, right? And buprenorphine and how to help wean people off substances. Those are all built into different state laws as to what those CMEs and requirements are. Duration of training may be different. The amount of clinical practice that they may have had as part of that training may be different. So, the boards themselves do have a sense of how different states are equivalent to theirs or not. And that's what this is really just trying to get at, is to make sure that they're at least substantially similar to our requirements. So this is not a way for someone to just kind of slip in based on a state that has a very different requirement than ours.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. And so for the purpose of what this bill is meant to do is to make life easier for these military spouses coming in, I think this amendment will, supersede the intent of the bill and makes it as complicated now, or maybe more complicated, for military spouses and others coming in to Maryland. And so, I would be, if we vote on each one, I would vote against this part because I believe strongly that this would kind of create similar problems we're trying to solve.
On that point, I just would it be possible for there to be a matrix that just says Louisiana, yes, Tennessee, no, in terms of that particular provision? So you wouldn't have to look at each case. You could just say, okay, if this license comes from this, any license that comes from this state, it fits.
I think
Yeah.
it could be, and I think
Because
the board's
concern
already.
is that it slows it down for the individual, but if
Right.
it is just looking at the similarities.
I think the boards already have a similar list for each of their respective health occupations. They already have a sense of that because I think they have the ability to grant temporary licenses.
Okay.
This is specific for veterans, of course.
Right.
But they have a sense of that because they can grant temporary licenses already.
Okay.
And so, you know, we want to make it as easy as possible for folks too. We just don't want to, we want to make sure that at least meet some bare minimum standards here in the state. This is not a backdoor way of somebody slipping in.
Or just making sure that anyone that is providing medical care of any sort to our citizens is qualified.
Meet basic
Yeah,
state
yeah.
qualifications.
So
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure that I don't think it's, I just wanted to address Senator Ellis's concern that it would slow down individual applications.
It shouldn't.
It should not. Okay.
Well, it inserts the discretionary language in there, and so it will slow it down. And just being in all over the states over the years, different states, you know, a doctor's a doctor, and Virginia or in Maryland, or they go through the same process. And I believe what we're trying to do is make things easier for the military coming in to do their jobs. An American doctor, wherever it is in the United States of America, the same medical schools, the same schools they go to. And so the states might have different requirements as far as experience in certain areas, but it's substantially the same. So this bill, this amendment will be return things to the status quo, which our military members, which Maryland have thousands and hundreds of thousands of folks coming into Maryland every year being transferred. Like I said earlier, average of 3 years, military folks are on duty station. So it's a continual churn, hundreds of thousands, with all our military bases in Maryland, from Pax River to Indian Head to Aberdeen to Fort Meade, and then we have thousands in Charles County alone, thousands of folks who live in Charles County are assigned to the Pentagon, and they bring their families in. And we have people in the White House, in the military units in the White House, that run the White House, they live in Maryland. It impacts hundreds of thousands of folks every year. And this bill is supposed to make it easier for them to come into Maryland and to practice their professions. And right now, this amendment is making a status quo.
Yeah,
And so that's, my understanding of the military community, and my understanding of this amendment, it puts in that subjective thing again, that they can use it to hold up these licenses for months and months and months and months. And so it's unfair to the community, military community. We say we're going to help, and we just don't want to pass a bill that makes it as bad or worse.
Senator, and I can't remember whose testimony it was. A lot of this bill deals with expediting temporary licenses. A number of the boards say they can turn around a permanent license in a couple days. I mean, they actually, I don't want to say this is how many angels can dance on the head of a pin, but some of the boards have reported they don't need to expedite the temporary licenses because they can turn around the permanent licenses in a matter of days. Is this your bill, Shockworth? Do you remember whose that testimony that was?
Particular
Okay.
board it was, but they did say between 24 to 48 for most
Right.
of them.
So again, I have to tell you, when I first saw this bill, I wasn't even sure it was needed at all, because it's expediting temporary licenses, which might be in place for like 30 days or 15 days, when, I'm not always a big fan of these boards, but I think, at least according to reports, they are turning these around. So I don't want us to get too stuck in the weeds. But Senator, I would say this is not just doctors. It's lots of providers. And I got to tell you, I'm not sure what the standards are in North Dakota or in Utah. And we also have to protect the public. So are they approximately standard in a broad middle? I think you're probably right. But I don't want someone coming in with less training and we give them a license and they harm one of your constituents. That's all. And I'm not reading much more into it than they have to meet the same standards. The purpose of the bill was to get these things moving so they don't have to wait before they can practice, whatever they're practicing, whether a nurse or a doctor or whatever. And I think that was the general intent of the bill. And as I read the amendment, it was just to be clear that we're not going to give this stuff out like candy. You got to meet certain standards. So that's how I read the bill. Again, I'm not falling on my sword on this because I'm not even sure how much it's needed, but I'm going to support it, and I'm going to support the amendment. So anyway, I just want to explain where I am. Further discussion on the Lamb amendment. Okay, yeah.
Resolve the timing. So we somehow went to it, everybody agreed it should be changed, and then we didn't
Oh,
close
I'm
the
sorry.
loop.
Yeah, if we can.
So, do you
Whatever
want
you
to do, the chairman suggested June 1?
June 1st, 2023 at the end.
Fine,
Sure.
that's fine, it's fine. So moved.
Number amendment?
You know,
like the rest of them, I just don't like that number.
Okay. I hear you. First of all, changing the date. Anybody object to giving it another 6 months or 5 months? That, the date change is adopted. Senator, if you would like to split one section of the amendment, I'm more than happy for that to be voted separately. So let's just, just tell us what you'd like to separate out.
Well, number 3.
Well, you say number 3. What page, Senator?
Amendment number-
It's all one amendment.
It's on page 26, and it's listed as amendment number 2, line item number 3,
The bottom of page 26.
bottom of page 26.
Right, but that's the whole amendment. Amendment 2 is all the rest of the amendment. So you are suggesting we pull out number 3 at the bottom of 26 through what, sir?
Just the item number 3, amendment number 2, item number 3.
Okay, what
Just
about
that section which addressed that issue which I brought up.
I understand it. So the top of 27, you're not worried about, or you are?
Oh, no, I'm
That's
not
still
worried
part
about
of
that. I'm not worried about that.
That is still part of number 3. So, Senator Ellis, the National Criminal History Records Check,
I have no problem with that.
so
at
that
all.
stays. Okay,
Yes,
so
that
just the
stays, yes.
first part of number 3, not the entire part of
Yeah.
number 3.
Yeah.
And there's, on page 5, lines 3 to 21, you have no problem with?
Page 5, so,
Yeah, look,
talking about of the
I
bill?
want to capture what you want, and I don't want to, in other words, bottom of 26, I hear you. You're saying the underline on the top of 27 you don't care about.
no,
What
I mean, I
about?
think it's good. I mean, it's fine.
Okay, fine,
It's-
okay,
Yeah.
5 lines.
okay,
On the bottom of
1, 2,
26.
3, 4, just 5 lines
5 lines.
on
Okay.
bottom of the
okay,
page
let's,
26.
the Lamb amendment minus those last 5 lines. Does it affect the rest of the amendment? Ms. Foxworth or Senator Lamb?
Yeah, I don't-
Okay, I'm going to do this, we're going to run a little fast and loose for a moment. The rest of the Lamb amendment minus the 5 lines, we'll vote on that afterwards. We'll separate it out. Any objection to the rest of the Lamb amendment? With a date change? See, none, I'm sorry, Senator.
There's been so much back and forth. What are we voting on right now? I know stuff's been removed, and are we voting on an amendment and the revised amendment? And if we are, what exactly are we voting on?
Adopted an amendment to the Lamb amendment that changes the date. There was no objection. Senator Ellis would like to vote on the 5 lines or on the bottom of 26 separately. So I am taking that out of the mix, and we're voting on the rest of the Lamb amendment, which is all the rest of his amendment.
But can you just now explain what the amendment does? I'm sorry, I kind of lost it with all the back and forth.
Okay, sure. Either Ms. Foxworth or Senator Lamb.
I can explain it again.
Go ahead.
So, in essence, so outside of the substantially similar qualifications, it's changing the definition of military spouse. It would be placing requirements for a checkoff box for all applications for full licensure. it requires a report each year on the applications that have been processed and received, and it expands the criminal records check for the national database. Sorry, the criminal history, criminal records check to be based off of the board's discretion instead of a national check, and that was through conversations with various boards. And it removes that authorization for folks that have been licensed out of state for under a year. They won't be within the purview of the bill at all. They won't be eligible.
Under a year. I
Under a
understand that.
year.
I don't understand the checkoff box. What are we checking off?
So for folks who are applying for full licensure, right? Any military spouse, veteran, service member that is applying for a full license, there should be a prominent place where they can select that they fall within that category.
So it's easily flagged, is that the point?
That's the intent.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, the amended Lamb amendment minus the 5 lines. Further discussion. Senator Hester?
I have a question on the 5 lines, so I'll wait.
We're going to come to that next. Okay, seeing no objection, the rest of the Lamb amendment as amended is adopted. Now before us is the bottom of 26. Senator Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just wondering if council could tell me, do the 5 lines in the amendment pertain to the temporary license or the full license?
The plan is to remove.
The proposed amendment on the bottom of page 26, each valid license, does that apply to the temporary license the spouse is seeking?
Yes, yep, that's the expedited temporary.
And so how long do you have an expedited temporary license?
That's based on the board's discretion, and it's up until they qualify for full licensure, and there is also limitation that it can't exceed 6 months.
So the
So
maximum,
whichever comes first,
so the
sorry.
maximum time they would have this would be 6 months?
Yes.
Okay.
With the caveat that, as the chair mentioned, they can oftentimes already expedite a full license fairly quickly, right? And so that's what the boards have been indicating, that within 24, 48 hours, they can turn around a full unrestricted license pretty quickly.
Yeah. I mean,
This is, whether we decide it's needed or not, this is kind of the angels dancing on the pinhead, right?
I mean, I'm concerned that, as Senator Ellis said, we're slowing down a temporary license. No?
No, it's not intended to, it's just making sure that, so, as Senator Washington was saying, I think the boards already have like a general sense of how each state matches their licensure requirements. And it's not just physicians, it's for other, like everything from the acupuncturist to the massage therapist that we just talked about. And some of these states are very different, right? Their training requirements can be very different. And that's why it's really up to the states, and including us as this committee, to decide what those requirements are. We had a lot of bills that, decide on training requirements, this, that, and whatnot. And so the boards themselves have almost like a matrix or a chart for each state, how closely they match our state's requirements, not just physicians and others. And what this would do is have those boards, as they're going through and approving these temporary licenses, just to make sure that they're coming from a state that has substantially similar requirements as ours, so that we make sure that these folks that are practicing for up to 6 months meet basic safety and quality and standards that we would expect our providers here to also meet. It's not intended to slow this down at all. I don't think we want that to happen. And in fact, if they choose to get a full license, theoretically, they could do that as soon as 24, 48 hours in that kind of a scenario. But this provision is just for temporary.
So, Senator Lamb.
I'm sorry,
Sorry.
Senator Hester, were you done? I didn't.
It just seems like there's been a lack of speed in terms of, with many of our boards. They just don't get their work done on time.
That's true.
And that is why I am hesitating.
So so 2 things. So yes, agreed, and the committee is going to happen to hear a bill about that next week, actually. But that's not what we're doing today. And what the chairman keeps saying, and Senator Lambs keeps saying, is that they're doing well at these expedited, super quick, short-term ones. They're problematic and understaffed, and there is a problem with long-term, permanent Maryland resident wants to practice for forever. So those are, I think they're two different issues, and one has a problem and one doesn't have a problem. My question for Senator Lamb, actually, something you just said. I just moved into town, into Maryland. I'm a military spouse. I'm licensed in another state. I understand that I need the license in order to practice, but I'm here for a short period of time. I'm going to get my license and get a job and practice and then leave the state again? How does that actually work in practice? And maybe Senator Ellis can help us with that. Like, the whole thing just seems, if 6 months is our cap, it seems like a lot of hoops. Yes, and I agree with the chairman. We want to keep our residents safe, and so I do not want to license all people from any state without looking at them really closely to make sure that they're qualified. But it's just interesting, if it's such a short period of time, do they actually, if they're a massage therapist, sure, they can open up a shingle or something. But are they going to really get a job at a hospital if they're a nurse practitioner or at a clinic or whatever, and they know that they're coming in for 2 months, 3 months? Yes, because of the shortage.
A lot of nurses particularly move from hospital to hospital within the state, let alone, so, there are people who become nurses because it is so portable. And so you come in, you want to be able to practice even if you're only doing it for 6 months. You bring in money, you're working very quickly.
Right, and I used the wrong example, because I do know that nurses right now, as I testified yesterday, are getting paid $120 an hour plus because there's such a shortage. So pick an anesthesiologist, pick like some other.
Well, a nurse practitioner is or a physician's assistant.
huge demand.
They're
they're
all
all-
needed. Doctors looking for the
Right,
support.
no, that's why I said that was a bad example. But are there other, all right, never mind. I'm not phrasing it well enough.
This applies to every board, right? So it is the acupuncturist, the audiologist, the massage therapist that we just dealt with, the certified clinical nursing specialist or whatever. It's across the board for all of them. And sometimes these are very different in other states, right? And that's why with these compacts that we're trying to work through.
Senator, before I call on you, I want to ask you a question, make a comment. I'm trying to understand how the bottom of 26 relates to the speed with which someone's approved. In other words, as I read it, the board just has to check to see if they're substantially similar in qualifications. And if they see someone from Illinois, and they have, I'm sure, a book that shows a crosswalk of Illinois and Maryland, they look at that book and they don't even have to make a judgment, it's already done. And so I don't know why that would add and slow down getting the temporary license. So I don't quite see that argument, and it doesn't say exactly the same. And and again, I have a problem with some of the boards as well, but I don't think they're going to try to go out of their way to keep a military spouse from practicing, particularly when there's a shortage. So, anyway, let me stop there. Senator.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman and colleagues, for really discussing this issue, because this is a very important issue, say, for hundreds of thousands of military members, beyond spouses, folks who are in all these services. The active duty bill covers active duty, spouses, veterans, a lot of folks. So I really appreciate the discussion. So in listening to the discussion, Mr. Chairman, Senator Lamb, saying that the boards already look at these things. So if they do that already, why do we need to put that in here as amendment? It just doesn't, it's, from listening to discussion, it's not really needed. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
They already do this for the full licenses, with reciprocity. I was talking to Ms. Goodman about this earlier, that they do this for full licenses for reciprocity already. This provision on page 26 is only just for these temporary licenses, because that's what the bill only pertains to. Right?
Just following up on the Senator's concern, it's replicating language that's there for full licenses, it's replicating the same language for temporary licenses. Is that, I see a shake of the head. Okay, thank you. Let's move on. The amendment before us is adopting number 3 on the bottom of 26. Those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. That's adopted. The bill as amended, with the land amendment that's been amended by the date. Discussion. Would anybody like to be recorded in the negative? Seeing none, it will be reported to the floor as such. Next bill. Oh, I'm sorry.
Can I make a pick? I didn't know what the right time. So for intent purposes for this amendment, we have 2 reports, and I want to make sure this is clear and feel like that's worth advising on. So the report originally, we pushed that date back to June 1, 2023 for the Department of Health to submit a report on the procedures to adopt. Then there's an additional report that was originally for January. So the board or the department would have between the effective date of the bill, so October, until January to submit this additional report. And this report is like the record keeping of all of those who have submitted applications, the number of those that have been processed. Since we moved that original report back to June 1, 2023 on the procedures to implement the bill, are we keeping, that wasn't clear, are we keeping the secondary report on the numbers of applications processed and tracked? Are we keeping that date as January 1st? Or are we moving that to June 1 as well? So it would, in essence, be 2 reports that would be due on June 1st, 2023. And as it stands, there's one that's due on June 1, 2023, based on the amendment.
That's in terms of reporting that procedures are being pursued.
Right.
That's the one we amended. And the second report is what?
So the second is the tracking the request, the amount of applications processed, the number received, and the reasons why they were delayed.
And when is that, according to the bill?
So that's yearly, beginning on January 1,
Of which year?
each year. So it would be January 1 of 2023, when it would start being due.
So can we just start at January 1, 2024?
Yeah.
Sure. I mean,
Any objection to that? I mean, the bill doesn't go into effect till October.
Right.
So the second report assessing each year of how many are being responded to, it can give us the data, I think, Senator Ellis, that we can check the data to see how many are approved or not approved. Moving that to 24, 23, any objection to that? And that'll be done annually. Okay, no objection to that. The bill, there's no opposition. It'll be reported to the floor with that amendment as well. Okay, next, please.
Senate Bill 273, Environment, PFAS Chemicals, Prohibitions and Requirements, the George Walter Taylor Act. This bill establishes and expands several prohibitions and requirements that relate to the manufacture, sale, and distribution for sale or use in the state of specified products that contain intentionally added PFAS chemicals. Existing penalties apply to violations. The bill establishes related reporting requirements and authorizes the Maryland Department of the Environment to adopt regulations to implement certain provisions of the bill. There are 2 amendments already in your voting packet, and Ian is passing around a 3rd amendment. But I'll take the ones in the voting packet first. So on page 31, there's an amendment being offered by the bill's sponsor, Senator Elfreth. Sorry, the reprint's on page 31. The amendment is on page 30. So the amendment does a couple of things. First, it clarifies that the PFAS definition applies only to the bill's provisions, so it doesn't apply to other sections of law. It requires, rather than authorizes, the Department of the Environment to adopt implementing regulations. It delays the effective date of restrictions imposed under the bill to January 1st, 2024. It restricts the use of PFAS-containing firefighting foam to persons required rather than authorized under federal law to use it. It applies the prohibition on distributing or selling rugs, carpets, or food packages that contain PFAS chemicals only to those who do so knowingly. That's on page 36 and 38 of the reprint. And it makes manufacturers, rather than retailers or distributors, solely responsible for the creation of certificates of compliance regarding PFAS chemicals added to rugs, carpets, or food packages. And those provisions appear on pages 36 and 39 of the reprint. So that's. Sure.
Could you please say more about the word knowingly on page 8, line 17?
On page, what page?
Page 8, line 17 in the sponsors amendment.
Could you give
Strike
me
the first comma and
voting
substitute-
packet page, please?
Yes, so, no, on the bill, sorry. Page 30 in the packet, and it's further down in amendment number 2 of the sponsors amendment. On page 8, line 17, strike the first comma and substitute or knowingly. So I'm in the bill. On or after January 1st, 2023, a manufacturer or distributor may not manufacture
Or knowingly
or
sell.
knowingly sell, offer for sale, yeah, or
Right,
distribute.
so basically that, so it's imposing a knowledge requirement on for the prohibition on sale or distribution. So if you don't have knowingly in there, it basically means if I'm a manufacturer and I sell, or I'm a retailer and I sell a rug that I don't realize contains PFAS chemicals, I'd still be penalized. Adding the knowingly means the prohibition only applies if I have knowledge that that rug contains PFAS chemicals.
I understand the word, I understand the concept, but how do you enforce that?
So.
I didn't know. Yes, you did. No, I didn't. I had a conversation with you 6 months ago. No, I don't remember that. I mean, how does that
So it
work?
can be, taking me back to my JPR days.
Yeah.
Knowledge can be inferred, so another part of the bill is setting up labeling requirements so that rug manufacturers would be required to have a certificate saying that this rug doesn't contain PFAS chemicals. So if you're selling something and you know because you know the law, it should have this certificate and it doesn't, they can, a court could imply knowledge from something like that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's put something before us. Is there a, it's been moved, is there a second? Second. Let's put the Elfreth amendments in front of us as well, we can discuss them.
Well, that's the first Elfreth amendment, but yes.
The first Elfreth amendment, it's been moved and seconded, the first set of Elfreth amendments are before us. I have Senator Riley, followed by Senator Simon-Ayer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Page 34, line 6, that a person that is required under federal law. Last year, the primary focus of this bill was this product was used to fight fires at airports, in airplanes, and things of that nature. Is this where the federal law requires firefighters to use this product in those circumstances?
I don't know off the top of my
Okay,
head.
that's fine.
I mean,
And
those
that's fine.
provisions only.
We can,
right.
as we go forward, maybe in the next couple of days, we can look at that. Number two, so if someone's required to use the product, then there's a whole list of, from line 9 down to at least 27, about using it in almost a contained area. If the foam is used to fight fires on airplanes, which probably crashed on the tarmac, there's no contained area. You're on a flat surface, and there's a whole lot of, therefores that I don't know would be able to be activated in that type of an emergency. Do you have any comment on that?
I was going to say, that doesn't sound like a question. I don't have any comment on
Okay.
that.
Well, that's Mr. Chair, that's my concern. gonna vote against the bill anyway, but, maybe over the next couple days, we can find somebody who's an expert. Thank you.
Senator Simon.
Yeah, just a question on the amendment. When you put the responsibility on the manufacturer, so in law, somebody makes it in California.
Turn the mic. It's hard to hear with the mask.
Sorry. If they're manufacturing in California or some other state, can Maryland legally go after them, or can they ban them from coming into the state? How's that work when you're putting the requirement on the manufacturer?
So you can't manufacture it for sale in the state is the hook there. So the prohibition would really be on selling things in the state, unless they were manufactured, unless they have their certificate of compliance coming in. So
as far as the manufacturing goes, we can only control what's inside our borders of our state.
correct. So we can only require manufacturers, right, we can only apply requirements to manufacturers who are in the state. However, the state can do things like say you can't sell something within the state unless it has this certificate of compliance, which sort of puts pressure on manufacturers outside of the state if they want to still be able to sell their product within the state.
I'm sorry. So that is the way the bill's posture is now, that retailers can't sell unless that label's on the carpet?
Yes.
Okay, and what is the penalty if they do? Or is that just a generic penalty?
Look at the fiscal note. So it's a civil penalty of up to $500 for a first violation and up to $1,000 for a second or subsequent violation.
Further discussion. Back to Senator Riley, I listened to your comment, and I looked at the witness list, and I'm not sure if it's regular firefighters who deal with that situation in terms of an airport. I don't know the answer to that, but the only opponent, well, not the only opponents, the chemical council, the chemical folks who produce and sell this stuff, the manufacturer, Gore, who put it in rugs and things like that, and the retailers were basically the opposition. All firefighters supported it. So there was no testimony from airports or firefighters who specialize at airports. So I don't know if that's a problem. My guess is that would have arisen. I mean, it's a pretty big bill, and it's being debated in a lot of states. So I just don't know if you've got information on that, but I just can't help but believe if that's an area where it's required, that there'd be some hullabaloo on that, that's all. Okay, we have the first set of Elfreth amendments, which essentially push back the date and do a number of other things. I think much of it was in response to the opponents. My understanding, a number of these were in response to the retailers. So anyway, we have the Elfreth amendments in front of us.
Yeah.
Vice Chair.
On the Elfreth amendments, I don't love the inclusion of knowingly. I just think it's a gap that allows you to drive a truck through. And I just think it will be hard to litigate if there's a problem. I think the chance of there being a paper trail as to I told you and you knew and it's on the ingredient list. April, I wonder what would happen to the bill or the amendment if just that one portion of the amendment were removed. Just that word.
So then it becomes a strict liability sort of thing, where if you're a seller of carpets or rugs and you sell a carpet that has PFAS chemicals in it, even though you didn't know they were there, you could be liable. So that would be the result.
It would put the onus on people in that transaction to communicate about it. And I think it would increase demand for PFAS-free carpeting. And if I were a store owner, a carpet seller, I would say, I only sell PFAS-free rugs in my store. So come and buy from my store, because that's how I'm marketing myself. I think it's marketing. I think it's in the intent of the bill, which is to get rid of this forever chemical. And Senator Simon Air, California has already banned PFAS. It's one of 7 states, apparently, just to a quick Google search, just for whatever that's worth. I think the word knowingly is really, is creating a loophole that, Mr. Chairman, I don't know what you think.
Well, first of all, I'm not sure of what preceded us in terms of the people who were working on the bill, and that was a give for a particular reason. You know, what's significant to me is Gore opposes this. I mean, at the end of the day, it's the manufacturers who are going to have to change. If more states do it, they won't be able to put it in their rugs and other products. Clearly, the foam, everyone understands the firefighters don't want it. It's got cancer. There are enough studies. That's going to stop if it hasn't already stopped. But apparently, firefighters are concerned that the PFAS is used in things like carpets and rugs. So when they go to fight the fire, it actually is also continues to be a health problem for them when they go into a fire. It seems to me, look, California's already on board. Maryland may be on board. I don't know how many other states. At the end of the day, the manufacturers are going to stop doing it. But I do think that once 2024 comes around, if one letter is sent by the state to any rug company, so I'm not sure they can still hide behind knowingly if they have been notified. So, you know, I guess I'm a little less worried, and I think the advocates have negotiated that knowingly. But if we want to require a letter to any known entity filed with the state whose business includes selling rugs to notify them, would that, if they receive notification from the state, is that a level of notification that they couldn't be held for not knowing?
So the knowledge is not that you know that what you're doing is legal or illegal. The knowledge is whether or not you know that that product contains PFAS. So if you sell a product that does not have this certification that the bill requires, that could potentially, you could ascribe that knowledge to the person, saying that they should have, knowingly sort of known, or should have reasonable diligence have known.
Okay. Yes, Senator.
So just reading between the lines of what I think council just said, so if we're limited to regulating manufacturers in the state, but now our store owners are like buying from other states that don't require the labeling, which they should, but they don't, then how are they going to know? Or is it just me?
So it, basically, this bill would, regardless of where it was sold or where it was manufactured, it would prohibit it from being sold in the state without that certificate, essentially. So I think basically how a retailer would potentially be subject to a penalty under this bill as amended would be is they sold a rug, regardless of where it was manufactured, that did not have this certificate, then you could ascribe some knowledge to them, potentially.
So So if we remove the knowingly, we're preventing them from selling any rug without a label.
No, so I think even with the knowingly, that label requirement is still there. It can't be sold in the state without the label.
How many rugs have labels?
Well, I don't know at this point, but
We
that's.
can't in one fell swoop stop selling rugs.
Senator, again, somebody could jump in here. You know, it's like with, I don't know if it was Pfas. I mean, you know, the Home Depots, the Lowe's, they got the word that this is going to stop, and you either have to put it behind the counter, and ultimately the people making it are understanding they're in trouble. That's why Gore is testifying, because they're afraid it's, and when it hits a critical mass of states, they say, we got to change what we're doing in making our rugs. And that's how I understand this. I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry. But
Please.
so I'm just trying to, like, if I go to Clark's Hardware and ask, and try to buy a rug, are they able to get a rug that has a label on it?
Well, by 2024,
They should be. Okay.
even the out-of-state manufacturers, if they're sending it into Maryland, it's got to have the label on it. Is that right?
But the same would be true for California or Maine or New York. So they're all requiring labels.
And it's super fast here. I just want to remind colleagues, some of the toxic effects associated with exposure to PFAS include immunotoxicity, cancer, thyroid disease, birth defects, and decreased sperm quality. And then it goes on about childhood, can reduce the immune response to childhood vaccines, may increase the risk of infectious diseases. It goes on. And that's what we're subjecting our people to, and especially our firefighters. I think if we're going to pass the law, I think we ought to, I mean, this is a one-word amendment, but I'd like to persist in suggesting that we strip the word knowingly. It was a cave to the to industry, and I think they're compromising and collaborating makes sense, and the rest of the amendment can stand. I just think that one word should go. So, Mr. Chair, I'm going to formally make the motion of removing the one-word portion, the comma, removal of the comma, and the one word knowingly from the sponsor's amendment.
Have you checked this amendment with the bill sponsor?
I'm trying to message her, so yes, but I have not gotten an answer yet, but I've sent her several messages. So, no, I don't have an answer, but I have tried. I mean, the bill is in the domain of the committee, as we all know, and as we relinquish the control of our own legislation to other committees. It doesn't always come out precisely the way it comes in. So, and the bulk of her, everything else would be.
I'm sorry, you support,
The amendment offered by the bill sponsor.
right. You know, I just don't know, Senator, if the whole, I hate to use the word gestalt, the new change in law requiring the notice on the carpet, the manufacturers having to cut back, how significant the word knowingly is to the local retailer. I just don't know. And I don't know if that sets a reasonable bar for protection, but really doesn't hurt the full thrust of the bill. So I don't know how significant it is to either take it out or put it in. That's my.
Should we hold the bill for another week and get answers on that? I'm assuming that's not what we want to do. I'm assuming that
No.
holding the bill for another week is not what we want to do.
Look, well, Senator, do you want to speak? Let me suggest this. I don't know. I mean, we can proceed in multiple ways.
Can I just clarify a little bit about, because we keep talking about a labeling requirement, and that's not quite what it is. So the way this is set up, it's that the Department of the Environment would kind of request these certificate of compliance from the rug manufacturers themselves. So presumably, the way this would work is that the department would sort of reach out to rug manufacturers who are selling whose rugs are sold within the state, ask for a certificate of compliance saying, yes, no, it doesn't contain any PFAS chemicals, and then the bill doesn't say this, but I imagine the way that this would work would essentially be the department would come up with a list and say, here are the rugs that are authorized to be sold in the state. So the knowingly would sort of be like, did you sell something that was on the approved list or didn't you?
That would be a violation.
Okay.
If there's a list of approved rugs, and I'm a rug store person, and I specifically go off the approved list, yeah, that's
Right.
obvious.
So that's where the knowledge would be, though. But let's say, for example, if you don't have that knowingly in there, let's say you, rug retailer, you sell one of the rugs that is on that list, that is on that approved list, but it turns out the manufacturer lied and it's chock full of PFAS chemicals, you could still be on the hook. That's what knowingly does.
Can I make a suggestion? Personally, I'd like to move this bill. I think it's a very important bill. And I'm willing for people to be free agents. But I would suggest, with all due respect to the senator, but I'm going to get to her concern, that we pass the bill with the Elfreth Amendment as it is, but that the vice chair has total freedom to offer that amendment from the floor. No, let me finish. And that I am more than happy for I or whoever the floor leader is to say, while we supported this, we're open on the question and everyone is a free agent and not to lock people in. I mean, I want to move the bill. I want to figure out how to do this. And obviously, we haven't heard from the sponsor, although you're absolutely right, Senator, that it's in our purview. We'll go to the vice chair and then to Senator Washington.
So, Mr. Chair, I appreciate the generous, suggestion and offer. I was raised in the House of Delegates where there's a respect by committee members to the committee product. And for us to discuss it here and then for me bring it on the floor is like a violation of all things I've learned. So I would not do that. I would want to support the committee's bill, not only as a member, but certainly as vice chair. So I appreciate the suggestion, but that's not something I would pursue. I think we ought to discuss it here. I've just gotten a note from an environmental advocate who appreciates the conversation on stripping knowingly and thinks it's a bad word that does not help the intent of the bill.
So let me see, I support strict liability, but I do think that knowingly is what is typically written. I would think it's possible that JPR would want to get involved. It is setting up. If you want to say, look, we absolutely want to get rid of it under no circumstances, then yes, we want a strict liability. It's like, I don't care whose fault it is, anybody who allows for it to be sold, you're on the hook for it, right? Knowingly means that it basically gives, I think, if I'm right, it gives the person who sold it a chance to defend themselves and say, I didn't know. So if we don't want to give them an opportunity to defend themselves, then we should pass the strict liability, which would be your amendment. So I just wanted to let the committee know that's what you're doing.
Senator Washington?
Yeah. So I was explaining, I supported her amendment for the discussion, but to have it be, to take out knowingly does make it much stricter, and anybody, yeah, so if that's your intent, then, okay. I think I'm like the good Senator Simoneer the other day when we was on the floor talking about the marriage bill. I'm not quite sure what I'm going to end up doing, but I just wanted to put it out there that while I probably philosophically believe one way, on a practical matter, would like a person probably to have an opportunity to defend themselves if they truly did not know something. So that's.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I tend to agree wholeheartedly with the senator to my left, and that's figuratively and politically to my left. Maryland's been known to be a non-business friendly environment. I think this is another statement in that regard. I am very pleased we're trying to take it out of furniture and rugs and packaging, all in favor of it. But I still think people ought to be able to defend themselves. This gives people that opportunity to either succeed or fail based on the merits of the case. So I'll be respectfully opposing the amendment.
I said once, and the late President Miller used to mangle it every time he tried to quote me, which is perfect is the enemy of the good. And so I think we ought to move forward with this. It doesn't seem like the votes are there to strip the word knowingly. My objections are noted, and I think we ought to move forward. So I remove my amendment.
That's not on the table. Well, I'm going to make a comment, then I'm going to take it. I am totally in sympathy with that to strengthen it, but I think this is bigger than one rug salesperson in Easton. I think this is going to be resolved at higher levels of this being cut out and the change in manufacturing. And I think they're going to know. And if there's one person who gets stuck, I don't think this is going to make the difference. That's all. So I'm sympathetic. So anyway, it's not on the table. So, but if you want to respond, you can. I see your hand on the button.
I just got a suggestion that negligently, which then you don't have to read people's minds. So if I toss that word out, it's still, it's a middle ground. Is that something that is worth considering, or should we move forward? I'm seeing Senator Simoneer loving the word negligently. I see that. I read that in your eyes.
I don't see a lot.
I don't see a lot of jumping up and down. Okay, thank you. Never mind.
So we've adopted, or I think we've adopted, the first set of Elfreth amendments. We have other amendments? Well, I know we have a Gallion amendment.
Yeah.
Is there another Elfreth amendment?
There is another Elfreth amendment.
Page 42.
Yes,
Okay.
page 42, second Elfreth Amendment. So this requires the Department of the Environment to buy back PFAS-containing firefighting foam at the request of a fire department. It establishes a mandatory appropriation of $500,000 in fiscal year 2024 for this purpose.
Is there, let's get it before us. Is there a motion on the amendment? It's been moved. Is there a second? Second. Discussion. Senator Hester.
I've been concerned that we would have piles of foam sitting around fire departments. I talked to the bill sponsor's chief of staff earlier today, well, whether it was a buyback program or a take-back program. And I was expecting there to be another amendment, but it's going to cost MDE at least $500,000 to take it back and dispose of it properly. And so, I mean, you could do both, but at the level of $500,000, it's got to be a take-back program first, and the number's got to go up if you want to buy it back.
I can only tell you that I was notified of this amendment and the cost, and I've checked with the chair of Budget and Tax, and he said Budget and Tax will allot that $500,000. That's, I don't know, we didn't talk about more than that. I didn't know some of the points you raise. So I'm not sure the import, whether you're saying we should change the words or increase the money.
You have to do one or the other. You either have to change it to take back and leave it at 500, or you have to move it higher and change it to buy back.
Are you saying the word purchase in D1 has to be changed?
I'm sorry, which page of the reprint are we on?
The amendment is on page 42 of the packet. Is this you?
Yeah, it would have to be take back. Well, I thought there was going to be another amendment.
Well, there is, but not from Senator Elfreth. If there's another possibly unfriendly amendment or whatever. This is the amendment we got, Senator. I can't tell you beyond that. I haven't talked to the maker of the amendment. Do you know anything about this?
So I don't know how we do this in the rules of the committee, but we would have to change amendment number 2. So it says, on request of a fire department in the state, the department shall take back from the fire department.
Well, I thought this is what the MACO requested. I don't know, Senator. Have you spoken to any of the players in this? Not that, again, that's decisive. I just,
So at 12:20, I spoke to the bill sponsor's chief of staff and MDE. And they were going to try to reach out to MACO to see if it was okay with MACO if they simply took it back so that the fire departments don't get stuck for paying to dispose of it. And I haven't heard since.
from this amendment, MDE buys it and it's on them to deal with. Hold it. April, is that right?
What?
According to this amendment, the fire departments sell it back to MDE, and it's on them.
Correct.
And that someone calculated the cost MDE would have to pay the local departments with $500,000. Now, I don't know if the added cost of disposal MDE, they're gonna eat, or they want more money. I don't know the answer to that.
I mean, I'll support this amendment. I think if the amendment had a fiscal note, the fiscal note for the amendment would be $1 million.
Let's do this. Let's move this, and if in fact we have to change it, to change the wording to correspond to the $500,000, check into it, we'll make it a floor amendment, we'll accept it.
Okay,
Is that okay?
yeah,
Okay.
fine.
Senator Ellis, and then we'll go to Senator Gallion for his amendment.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm looking at page 42, amendment number 2, number 3, and it talks about the $500,000 to the department for the purpose of purchasing firefighting foam under this section. So this purchase, is this from the fire departments? Yes, okay. Okay, so it seems like it's already there to purchase it. I'm not sure what I'm not understanding the trend of this discussion as far as what is unclear to me. Okay.
My understanding is paying the fire departments for the money they put out for buying this, and which they won't be able to use, is one amount. But then getting rid of it has another cost. And she's not sure the other cost is incorporated.
Okay, thank you. So for purchasing, and you were talking about for the
Is that right, Senator
destruction
Hester?
and disposition.
That is correct.
Okay.
Mako has estimated it will cost, in lost materials, it will cost the $500 for, $500,000 for the counties. It also will cost MDE $500,000 to dispose of this properly so that harmful chemicals don't go everywhere.
Okay, thanks, okay.
Okay, let's go to the Gallion amendment. I'm sorry, any objection to the second Elfreth amendment? Okay, it's adopted. Senator Gallion has an amendment.
Chair,
Madam Counsel?
Can I speak to the bill and lead into the amendment?
Sure.
Thank you. So, you know, a lot of these bills, well, I want to set it up properly. I want to set the amendment up properly. A lot of these bills are real easy. You can easily just vote no on something and move on with your day. But I really want to get the yes on this because, I am a firefighter. I've been for almost 30 years. I was a chief of a fire company where I sent people into burning buildings and had to make those kind of tough decisions. Now, I've spoken to some of the chiefs currently, and a lot of the companies, at least in my county, are already going to foams that are PFAS free. So it's already starting. And another thing, to put this whole thing into perspective, when you're doing an interior attack and you're talking about these rugs burning and what it's letting off, you have SCBA on. Years ago, it was almost, a little before I got in the fire service in '93, it was almost like a badge of honor how much soot you had on your face, and that's changed. From the safety aspects, they preach, you don't want to breathe that stuff in. There's a lot of stuff in there I wouldn't want to breathe in, not just PFAS chemicals. I don't want to breathe any of that crap into my lungs. So then they talk about you get in your gear. Most companies now, they've gotten funding. They have gear washing equipment. So you get off a call, it's just like reloading the hose on the fire truck. You got to wash your gear and do that kind of stuff to get that out. So that is already being done. Now, feeding into the amendment, the use of foam. One more thing in the firefighting background, the use of foam. I can count on probably one hand the amount of times that we've used foam on calls in my nearly 30 years. It's rarely used, at least in my company. Now you get to airport fire companies and such, be used more often. One instance, like a dumpster fire, you might use foam because you need to have three things for fire to burn: fuel, oxygen, and heat. You take one of those three things away, the fire goes out. So if a trash can's on fire, you throw a blanket on it, that removes the oxygen, and the fire goes out. That's kind of what foam does, so that's why we use it on that dumpster. But it's not, in most companies, it's not used the amount that I think some folks think it is. So that's kind of the firefighting background and why I would like to be able to get to yes on this. But then I'll move to, part of my district in Cecil County. This is one of the main employers in Cecil County is W.L. Gore. It's been referenced by the chair earlier. So I'll lead into that amendment before April explains it. My take on it is, right now, the definition of PFAS in the bill is too broad. This narrows it down and would protect this employer in Cecil County. And, we talk about, well, it's bad, we ban it, but I don't want to see these businesses, when things are banned, pack up and move to another state, because then you're losing, a company, a good company that's in your community, and it's moving across a border. I don't want to see that. So that is my lead into the wonderful amendment that I would like to move forward, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
On the title, I don't see the word wonderful. That was a joke. Sorry. Would committee counsel explain the amendment and what it does?
Sure. So the amendment alters the definition of PFAS chemicals for purposes of the bill to mean a group of man-made non-polymeric and I'm not going to say that word, substances that contain at least 2 fluorinated carbon atoms, excluding gases and volatile liquids. PFAS chemicals includes perfluorooctanoic acid, PFOA, and perfluorooctane sulfonic acid, PFOS. So it's a little bit, I would assume, narrower than the current definition of the bill. Says PFAS chemicals means a class of fluorinated organic chemicals that contain at least one fluorinated carbon atom, including perfluoroalkyl and polyfluoroalkyl substances.
So can either committee counsel or the good senator from Harford County tell me what products now in the bill would no longer be covered?
I don't know.
Was one that we'd worked with, reached out to Gore on, honestly, and, I said, what would it take for you to remove your opposition to this bill? I want to get the yes on it, and this was the amendment that was worked out. So exactly which components, honestly, I'm not a chemist, so I wouldn't be able to for sure tell you exactly which ones, to be quite honest.
For me, it's sort of important to know how narrowly, what the implications are of this more narrow definition. I understand, Senator, you wanted to keep all the employees at any company. And I know it well from the climate bill that I have pipe fitters who aren't happy with me. But I'm trying to follow the science, and I don't believe we should keep jobs just to keep jobs, even if it could be potentially doing harm. So I just don't know the implication. I just don't know the implication of what the narrowing does.
If we could put a hold on it, I'll get the research and find out exactly what the answer is, and then we'll vote on it, if that. No, it's first day on. So you'd want to know the exact, which products this would affect? I'm just kind of, let me see, I got a text here. Let me see if I got any answers for you. Says the products in the bill would still be included, but I don't know if that's.
Senator, look, the company has been against this bill, and I think they've been trying to kill it or gut it. So I'm not optimistic that this amendment is one I'm probably going to be happy with. We're 5 weeks in. We did have a policy of one hold. Look, it's a big bill. I'll do the hold, but we might take it up on Tuesday. I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you.
It's not going to change my vote unless.
I wasn't expecting it to be quite honest, Mr. Chairman, but.
So, but the hold rule soon, because we got to keep moving on things. So, any other discussion? Well, let me just stop there. Okay, the posture of the bill, we've adopted the two Elfrith amendments. Yours is on the table, and we're going to come back Tuesday, and it might be the only bill we vote on after hearings. And we probably won't have a lot of debate on it, but we'll take the amendment, discussion, vote it up or down. Okay, next bill.
Okay. SB 299, Education, Public and Non-Public Schools, Seizure Action Plan, Brindley's Act. This bill requires, beginning in the 2023-2024 school year, local boards of education to take specified steps regarding the healthcare needs of students with a seizure disorder, including requiring each public school to have at least 2 school personnel trained in seizure disorders as specified. Each public school must provide specified staff training every 2 years. The parent or guardian of a student diagnosed with a seizure disorder must collaborate with the school personnel to create a seizure action plan and provide medication and authorization as specified. A non-public school may require the training of personnel as well. There are 2 amendments. There is one in your packet on page 43, and the reprint begins on 45. And there's a separate of the amendments there from Senator Pinsky is also an amendment. Senator Pinsky, how do you want to handle those amendments? Do you want yours first, or do you want the sponsors first?
The sponsor,
Okay.
please.
So on page 43 in your packet, Senator Young has an amendment, and this amendment would provide that a county board shall, to the extent practicable, first require the identification of 2 school personnel at public schools attended by a student with an approved Maryland State School Medication Administration authorization form to take certain actions, provides that a certified nursing assistant or certified medication technician, in addition to a school nurse, may be trained in the requirements of this bill, and it modifies training requirements to recognizing signs and symptoms of a seizure and the appropriate steps to administering first aid. And then Senator Pinsky's amendment, which is, you want to stop there? Okay.
Second. And I'm looking at the reprint on 46.
Okay.
Line 6 says, to the extent practicable, identifying the emergency response plan. And then on line I'm trying to understand, is to the extent practicable that they identify or that they have these in place? I'm trying to understand what the import of this amendment does.
In my opinion, this can be interpreted to say that a county board, to the extent that they can, should identify in the emergency plan at least two school personnel at those public schools to be trained in these seizure recognition and methods of disease management.
So they have to try.
They have to try, because I think there's some concern as in not every school has a school nurse or an identified healthcare practitioner assigned to that school every single year. They may not know that in the summer. They may identify them in the plan, and then the next year that person has moved on, or they have a different person. And I think there's just it's a little bit of a wiggle room.
Now, so in line 19, it says the school nurse shall serve.
Yes. So a school nurse, a certified nursing assistant, or a certified medication technician. So in case a nurse is not assigned to a school, for example, the school health aide is generally a certified nursing assistant or a certified medication technician. They shall be the person assigned to take this training.
So I'm trying to understand the first part of, to the extent practicable, to the shall. I mean, I'm trying to understand if this is required or not. That's.
I think they have to try, and that when they do try, the school nurse or whoever the assigned healthcare practitioner is shall be one of those 2 individuals who are assigned to take the training.
So if they have a nurse, the nurse must do it.
Correct.
Okay, okay. And in terms of the staff, is that in the bill or that's the amendment? I mean, in other words, as I understand this, you need to try to have 1 or 2 people in the building who are aware of this and have been trained in it.
Correct.
Let's go to the next step. Where's the language that addresses the whole staff?
All right, that's also on page 46, starting in line 24 in subsection C, where it says, beginning in the 2023-24 school year, a public school shall provide online or in-person training every 2 years to administrators, faculty, therapists, guidance counselors, classroom aides, bus drivers, contracted employees, and any other school personnel with direct contact and supervision of students on the same issues as the other trained personnel.
Okay. Questions about the Senator Patterson?
Mr. Chair, You know, I guess I agree that this should be carried out. I just don't know, you know, given the restraints that we have in our county, trying to even find a nurse. And some schools got one nurse taking care of 3 schools. I mean, is this feasible, or is this just basically enabling legislation?
No, this is mandatory.
Mandatory, oh, all right, okay.
Senator, I mean, obviously you make a good point. That's why I wanted to be very clear about that first language. They have to do it to the extent practicable. So in other words, if there is a nurse, they take the training about how to respond to seizures. And they try to find a second person if they can. If they don't have a nurse, to the extent practicable, they either get a volunteer or the principal, or they try to assign someone, but it is not mandatory that someone has to do it.
No. I do believe somebody in the building has to take the training. It may not be a nurse, it may be the certified nurse, nursing assistant or certified, whoever the healthcare practitioner is assigned to the school. And there's always one, regardless of whether it's an actual full nurse. But at least 2 people in that building have to take this training.
So it's true that even if there's no nurse, there is going to be a nursing assistant?
There's like a health aide, and they're often certified as nursing assistants or certified medication.
I mean, that's what they're saying to do. I just don't think. Okay. Please.
How about the legal aspect here? If you are required to have such a person in place, and you got one there, but they don't have the necessary qualification, if something should happen, we don't hope that will, who become liable? Is it school system?
So there is a liability, an exemption from liability in the bill. If you look on page 48 of your packet.
48?
Or I should say in page 40, starting on page 48 to 49, except for any willful or grossly negligent act, an employee or other school personnel who responds in good faith to a student experiencing a seizure or seizure disorder symptoms in accordance with this section is immune from civil liability for any act or omission in the course of responding to this situation. So, for example, if the 2 people trained here were both absent at school for one day and another individual in the school responded to the situation and something happened, as long as they did it in good faith and they weren't grossly negligent, then they would not be held liable.
Okay. Thank you.
Let's go to the second set of amendments.
Okay. So this is separate from your packet. It says a stag at the top. Senator Pinsky's requires 2 school personnel to complete a paid professional development training regarding the seizure symptom recognition and management training. It strikes provisions requiring the school nurse to approve certain school personnel to receive this seizure training. It requires the school nurse, a certified nursing assistant, or certified medication technician to be one of the 2 school personnel to receive the seizure training, and authorizes certain other individuals to be one of those individuals receiving the training. And this is in-depth training. It requires an individual who received the in-depth training to present an abridged version of this training to school personnel every 2 years. And Senator Pinsky asked to change some of that language that's in there now to, instead of saying taking that training during work hours, it would say taking this training or this presentation during professional development, a pre-service, or a staff meeting. Individuals required, I just said that, and it modifies the non-public school authorization provisions of the bill to make it consistent with the changes in the public school requirements. So essentially what this does is it takes back some of the onerous provisions on all of those school personnel and requires them to essentially sit for a presentation, a very abridged presentation, so that they're all made aware of the symptoms and how to respond given first aid and how to find personnel who knows more in depth what to do.
Okay, let me call on myself. Look, I do not like putting more mandates and responsibilities on our schools, our principals, our teachers. They're inundated. and we have, I think we're up to 7 or 10 bills that do that in some way, shape, or form, from teaching this curriculum to doing this to doing that. We haven't taken them up yet. Senator Young has brought this up. They made the point during the hearing, as you heard, this is the third most significant illness, malady, and it happens more than we think. So, I spoke with committee counsel, and what I tried to come up with, what I thought was a reasonable solution, was to have a nurse or someone else get the training, and usually before school, even the nurses have training on how to look at seizures, how to respond to it if they don't already know it. And then at some point, during a staff meeting, a pre-service meeting, whatever, they take some time to tell the staff, if you see this happen, this is what you should do. I don't think it has to be an hour or 2 hours, or we need to tell every staff member they have to take an hour-and-a-half video. I think that is too onerous. But I've sat through plenty of staff meetings and pre-service meetings and professional development. I think this could be short and sweet and where it's pretty harmless. So that's what I'm trying to do with my amendment. So I'm sort of taking the first half of Senator Young's and then coupling it with mine, not requiring everybody to be certified on the in the school. So it's not perfect, and I generally oppose all these kind of things, but I think he's made somewhat of a convincing argument, but I want to modify it. So that's what I want to throw out to the committee. I'm not sure who I saw first. It's either Senator Riley, Senator Patterson, whatever you want to do.
Senior person to my right.
Just a quick question. Anybody from the school system, did they testify? What do we got from them? Because they ultimately got to implement this thing.
Good question. The Maryland Nurses Association and school nurses were favorable. Boards of Education were favorable with amendments. School-related folks. Hold on, I'm working my way. Well, Krieger Institute.
That's a lot of pages you're flipping, huh?
And Anne Arundel schools were favorable with amendments.
Okay,
That's what I got.
thank you.
So, Senator Riley. I'm sorry. Okay.
Yeah. How does this bill affect non-public schools?
It's authorizing language. It's enabling, so they may do the same things that the public schools are required to do.
Is that in the reprint?
Yes.
You know what page and line and?
It's on page, right here. It's on page 3 of the bill.
Right?
So I am starting on line 6.
Got it. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr.
Let's put the original bill before us. It's been moved. Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. Let me just ask a question. Stacy, Senator Young's first half and my first half, is one clear, or are they different in terms of the one or two who need to be trained?
I don't know if it's a loaded question, but
No, I haven't had it.
I think your version is slightly clearer because it doesn't involve the emergency plan and all of those things, and it doesn't have the practicable language. It's very straightforward in terms of the school just has to identify 2 people, and then one of them has to be the nurse, the CNA, the med tech, or a volunteer, or another individual in the school. I mean, so it's just a little bit clear, a little bit less around, around the edges.
Before I call on you, so I guess it's my amendment. On line 7 on page 2, we could say, if outside of the normal school day, they're paid. I mean, if they go to a professional development for nurses, I mean, they're paid, they're already on the payroll. Right, I mean,
Yes.
we could clarify that,
Sure, if you want to clarify that it doesn't have to be during school hours,
if not school,
that it's, as long as it's a paid,
right, okay. Senator, Vice Chair.
Thank you. Kagan is the name.
No, I stopped at Senator and my voice
It's
is
Friday.
getting-
It's all good.
is running out.
I want to follow up on my friend Senator Riley. 2 questions. On page 46, lines 24, 25, it says a public school shall provide. So it is in the reprint mandating that this is going to be done in public schools. So as Stacy pointed out on page 47, lines 6 and 7, a non-public school may require. So 2 questions. First off, I mean, and you seemed copacetic with that. So is there, going back to the legal liability questions before, isn't there some vulnerability for the non-public school folks if they are aware that we're protecting, we think it's a big enough problem that we're doing this in public schools, and if they choose not to, that they could, like, God forbid, a child dies and
the
no one in the
liability
school knows-
protection extends to the non-public schools.
Does not.
Does.
But if they choose not to do it, if it's may require, and they choose not to,
Well, I mean,
how can they be
all
protected from
schools
something
now
they
don't
choose
have
not to
this
do?
requirement in law. I mean,
Correct.
this would be something new imposed on so right now they accept whatever the risk is, that if a student were to have a seizure and there was no one to be able to handle that, or they didn't have someone who was trained specifically, because most nurses have training on what seizures look like.
Right.
So,
I understand that, but we're passing, if we pass this out and the body passes it, it gets signed into law, there would be a new law that would be a requirement for every public school in the state. And that if there's a problem, that in the public schools, they would be protected from liability.
well,
but
again,
in a-
they are too. The non-public school is also protected under that non-liability provision.
Why should they be protected if they willfully choose not to do this? Why should they, I mean, we're
Well, it's
giving them.
enabling authority. They can, I think it's drafted this way because it's very similar to all the other disease-type management provisions that we have in the law. For example, anaphylaxis, that is exactly how it's drafted here. Non-public schools have the authority because generally we don't have the authority to tell a non-public school how it manages most of its operations.
Yeah, I think as I recall, other than the safety of the building and 1 or 2 other things, the law is silent on, I don't know if we're restricted or the state chose to 30 years ago or whenever it was, not to do curriculum, class size, requirements of staff. So as Ms. Goodman said, I think most, right or wrong, I'm just saying that's, as I understand it, and I think that was an MSD policy starting many, many years ago before we were here, that we can't or we shouldn't force them to do whatever. So I think the liability that you're talking about to someone getting harmed, she was talking about the legal liability in that language. I think so.
It's the same assumption of risk they would take for any other student, any other disease, any other provision of law.
Status quo is a terrible thing. Private schools have had this situation for 100 and some years, and again, the Good Samaritan clause is important. If somebody reaches out and tries to help an adult or a child, we shouldn't put them at risk for being sued or, that type of thing. Let's hope these private schools respond properly, but I don't think we should mandate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So the only change I would make is on the bottom of page 2, number 2. in the freestanding piece, that the presentation to staff members referred to above should be during professional development, pre-service, staff meeting. I wasn't happy with the language either, Senator. Please.
You know, do we have to really do it all today? I mean, couldn't we revisit this next year and use this as a pilot study to see how it runs and come back next year and put the final touches on it if we feel the pilot study provided us some data that we can feel comfortable with it? I guess the mandate thing, if I was not fully aware how tight things are for our school system and piloting another mandate, it just, I don't know if I was in the school system and, you know, I would stick around. You know, it's hard. But, you know, I'm not sure how I vote on this yet. Thank you.
I'm very sympathetic to that. That's why I tried to soften this language. And hopefully it takes 5 or 10 minutes of the staff meeting, not that they have to take an hour course or a 2-hour course. Look, if people think we don't want to do that, you know, I can also understand it. So, so I know we're getting burnt out here a little bit. I don't know. For this bill, let's get the amendment right. So let's not, I don't want to do it conceptually. So we will, you and I will talk, we'll bring it back next week, either Tuesday or Friday, or whenever, Tuesday or Thursday. Ladies and gentlemen, look, we have a bunch more bills. We got another whole page of bills. Do you want to take a break? I don't want to keep you here forever, but they're piling up.
Are we gonna have some food?
Yeah, they're chips.
Oh, you're
right. They're muffins that are a day old. Well, I said either sundown or sunrise. Although I blew the joke on the floor this morning. You know, Jimmy Fallon, he has cards to read. I had nothing. Oh, I'm booked all day. Let's take. I can take care of it for you. Yeah, let's take a 5, and I say 10, but really, be back in your seats in 10 minutes. Let's get a little re-energized, have some water, some Diet Coke, and then let's try to rock through some of these and clear all our decks. Okay? We're just back. We have so many goddamn bills. We got to move them. Thank you. It's now 3:25, 3:35. We Okay, let's go with the next bill. Senate Bill 308.
Okay. Senate Bill 308. Hold on.
Lamb.
Yeah, I know, but I've lost a. Lost my.
Five.
Senate Bill 355.
Yeah, we'll come back to 311 and 350, 311. So
Okay.
we'll go to 355.
Senate Bill 355, HIV prevention drugs, prescribing and dispensing by pharmacists and insurance requirements. This bill expands the scope of pharmacy by authorizing a licensed pharmacist to prescribe and dispense up to 30 days of pre-exposure prophylaxis and a full course of post-exposure prophylaxis for HIV treatment and prevention that are FDA approved, so long as training, patient testing and screening, patient consultation and counseling, and record-keeping requirements are met as specified within the bill. Under the bill, a pharmacist is required to provide a list of clinics and providers that receive funding from the federal Ryan White HIV/AIDS program for follow-up care in the event a patient does not have a primary care provider for follow-up. The bill requires the Board of Pharmacy to develop or approve training programs in consultation with several boards. Also requires the board to develop procedures for follow-up requirements through primary care physicians. The bill requires Medicaid to cover the prescription and dispensing of the drugs and prohibits private insurance organizations from implementing cost-sharing deductibles, prior authorizations, step therapy, or copayments, and prohibits private insurance organizations from imposing the similar prohibitions for ancillary services like testing and screening. The insurance provisions take effect January 1st, 2023, and the remaining this year in October. There is one sponsor amendment which clarifies a provision on follow-up documentation. So it clarifies that the notification that's authorized to give a patient notice about the federal Ryan White providers is not the exclusive way that a pharmacist can notify patients about providers in the area. Instead of Ryan White providers being the only list of organizations, they can include that in the list instead of using them as exhaustive.
And that's on page 50, 51.
Yes,
Yeah.
got it.
Yeah, is that right? No.
It
I'm
should
sorry.
be. So, I'll double check.
I'm sorry.
think so.
That's on 52, right?
Getting there. Yes, 52.
Bill on the floor first. It's been moved. It's been seconded. The amendment proffered by the bill sponsor has been moved and seconded. Seconded. Discussion on the amendment,
Just a question.
please.
Sorry, the testimony that the committee got mentioned, there were several favorable with amendment and some unfavorable. Can you just say anything, Senator Lamb, about the amendment and whether anyone else is happier or unhappier?
Yeah, I think the amendment was meant to broaden it to include other providers, right? And so I think that's all the amendment does. Doesn't satisfy everyone's concern. They're going to be, and we're also we're primary on this. This will go to finance afterwards.
So which providers will it now cover, for example?
I think it actually broadens it to include providers and also addresses some of the broader Ryan White, beyond just the kind of the Ryan White accredited ones.
Necessary. So the providers are going to be medical providers regardless. So there's a list that they're required to give if the patient does not have a primary care provider. But in that list, there are all of the providers within the area to include those providers that specifically receive funding from the specified program.
On the amendment, no objection, amendment's adopted. The bill is amended. Bill is amended. Discussion? Anybody wish to be, the amendment, the motion is favorable. Anybody wish to be recorded in the opposition? Senator Simon Ayer? If not, it'll be recorded as 10-1 on Senate Bill 355. We'll go back to, what did you have? 308. We'll go back to 308.
Senate Bill 308, Environment Statewide Green Business Certification Program. This bill requires the Maryland Department of the Environment to establish and administer a statewide green business certification program. The department must update and enhance the program established under the bill in consultation with the Montgomery County Green Business Certification Program. The department may adopt implementing regulations. There is an amendment in your packet on page 50 being offered by the bill sponsor, Senator Lamb. The amendment essentially strikes the bill and instead requires the University of Maryland Environmental Finance Center, in consultation with the Maryland Department of the Environment, other appropriate state agencies, and interested stakeholders, to conduct a study regarding the feasibility and potential value of enhancing the existing Maryland Green Registry to include a statewide green business certification program. The report must be submitted to the appropriate standing committees on or before December 31st, 2023.
Okay. Senator Riley has offered to move the amendment. Senator Lamb has seconded that. The Vice Chair, you have a question about the date? Okay, discussion on the amendment which council just shared. Please.
What is the Maryland Green Registry?
So that is a program that the Department of the Environment currently has. It's not a full certification program. I believe it's essentially like a voluntary sort of database on their website that kind of lists businesses that I think pledge to undertake certain sustainability measures, then they get listed on the website.
Second question. It's striking the bill and putting this in here, and no disrespect to my colleagues over there, but do we really need a law? Can't we just write a letter or something, ask them?
I think that's a direct question to Senator Lamb.
Sure. So I think there are a lot of programs that are within MDE, and that the intent of this is to really generate a program that has a lot of stakeholders to this. And sometimes when you're trying to bring all these stakeholders together, without the impetus of, a law to direct them to do so and to report back, it's really difficult. And I think that's where, and this is a bill that I think the House sponsor has been working on for a while, to address the lack of recognition amongst the green certification program that can be broadened to include some of the green businesses without the need of having to recreate a program. But they want to bring the stakeholders together. And so the lack of recognition sometimes and appreciation of being able to bring the stakeholders together, I think, really drives the reason for this and need to persuade them to come together on this.
So one, have you reached out to MDE prior to this amendment to see if they'd be willing to do this without legislation? And then two, I've worked on some things in our county and so forth. I know there's a lot of B Corps and things that do certification and give public recognition and all that. Just the balance between government doing it all while we have nonprofits who are doing the recognition and so forth. So had you considered that path as well? So those two questions.
I have not considered that path, but in conversations with the House sponsor, where she's worked on this for a couple years, I think there was a program that I think a lot of folks point back to as a model program in Montgomery County. Two, I think there's it lends more credence as a moniker to have kind of the state stamps of approval rather than just a nonprofit saying that this is a green business and such. And so, I think that was the motivation behind, going the direction of the state.
Reached out to MDE to see if
I
they
have
will?
not reached out,
Okay.
but I'm happy to do that.
I was talking with the House sponsor, and I believe that she has talked with the University of Maryland Environmental Finance Center and also MDE. And for your exact point about those B Corps, that was one of the reasons I didn't want to, as the bill came in, it made the state replicate exactly what Montgomery County was doing. And so I thought that we needed to work on the process to be more inclusive, to go beyond Montgomery County. I think the final reason that creating this in statute would help is that I think that there's a small amount of money that might be provided to the University of Maryland to do this work.
Oh, no, nothing further.
The Lamb amendment is before us. Further discussion? Further discussion on the amendment? All those in favor of the amendment, signify by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Okay, the bill as amended. Discussion. I'm just going to make a very brief comment. I think I shared with the senator, in its original form, I was gently in support because it's a nice program. It now goes to a study to develop or reinforce the program. I'm going to support it. I'm not sure how much it moves the needle, as it were, and I have to say I'm a little sympathetic to the minority leader. I'm not making a big case on it and falling on my sword on this. It's a little soft, but just saying. And that is not meant as anything.
Need big boy pants. I think Montgomery County's program is wonderful. I appreciate the concept of bringing it statewide. My objection to the concept, to this bill as it originally came in, as you all know by my questioning and my ongoing questioning, was that it continues to be called a business, green business, and that hypothetically it's supposed to include nonprofits. I don't think it's broad enough. I don't think it's named accurately. Rather than waiting 2 years and having a work group with people who are already willing to work together, why don't we suggest that they come back with a bill next year, and let's do it right and not wait 2 years for a work group. How's that for big boy pants?
Discussion. Okay, roll call.
You're not going to do roll call.
Okay, all those in favor of the bill?
Wait, what does the senator think of my concept of rather than waiting 2 years, let's get it done sooner, but not do an imperfect bill this year, but really come back and do it right next year?
Understanding that his response will include that he's worked with a cross-file. who
I
may have
love
spent
the
time.
cross-file sponsor, and I
know who
love
it is.
Montgomery County's program. So just to, yeah, I actually do know who it is, and she's a wonderful delegate and very dedicated. So this is not personal. This is, I want to do the right thing, and let's create something that's real and not pass a law that doesn't move the needle enough. Let's do it next year, and let's do it right in 2023.
Can I,
We welcome your input,
Sure.
Senator Lamb and the sponsor.
so this was not my concept originally. This was the House House sponsor's concept. So, you know, with all due respect to her, can I just hold this and consult with her, and then we can decide what to do with it next time? All right.
Senate Bill 311, Health Occupations, Podiatric Physicians. This bill renames podiatrists to podiatric physicians throughout the Maryland Code and requires all regulations and executive orders to conform to that change.
Is there a second? Well, we were actually going to approve podiatric doctors for Waldorf.
Senate Bill 365, we already covered Senate Bill 355. So Senate Bill 365, State Government, Maryland Veterans Commission membership. This bill adds the Reserve Organization of America to the list of organizations that must submit names for consideration for an appointed seat on the Maryland Veterans Commission.
Discussion on 365. Lemoria, I just don't have that file, but we're going to keep moving, but just, Discussion on 365, seeing none,
Yeah, I have a question.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
please.
So I'm just, thank you, Mr. Chairman, so looking at this bill. So it says, membership to include, Reserve Organization of America. What is that? Is that an organization? I know of Reserve Officers Association. Is it, I'm not sure what that organization could sponsor.
If I could answer a question. Sure. So it is an organization that was founded by Congress back in 1922. They have about 50,000 members. It meets all the requirements for a veterans group to be on here. And the Department of Veterans Affairs actually put a letter of support in here.
Okay. So it's Reserve Organization of America, that's the name of it?
It's the, yeah, Reserve Organization of America, ROA.
Okay, okay. All right, thanks.
Further discussion or questions? Seeing none, would anybody like to be recorded in the opposition to the favorable? Seeing none, that will pass unanimously to the floor. Thank you. Next, 368.
Senate Bill 368, Municipalities Charter Amendments Notice. This bill alters notice requirements for resolutions to amend the charter of several municipalities within the state by allowing notice of the resolution and submission of the resolution to be satisfied in part through delivery of a copy of the resolution summary to all residences or through circulating the summary in a newsletter or other publication that regularly occurs. There is one amendment sponsored by Senator Kagan, which ensures that the carve-out, or it ensures that the additional option only applies to those municipalities with less than 3,000 individuals. And that is on the amendment that I passed out with a little bit of handwriting in it because the original amendment misconstrued intent. So pardon the handwriting from my sloppy handwriting on that one.
We ain't seen sloppy handwriting. Until you see mine. Okay, let's get the bill in front of us, then we can have the vice chair talk about our amendment.
Move favorable.
It's been moved, it's been seconded somewhere. Is there a second? Thank you. The vice chair is moving her amendment. I believe there's a second. Why don't you explain why?
Yep, simple amendment, simple bill. The whole idea was, on the one hand, we don't want some of our 157 cities and towns that are really small to need to pay a couple $1,000s to place a newspaper ad. On the same time, we don't want to remove that in totality. So we looked at a rank population list according to the most recent census of the 157 cities and towns, and the place that had several hundred population gap and that was large enough but small enough seemed to be at the 3,000 number. So those that are kind of puny get off the hook, and they can just send a newsletter, hand deliver a flyer, put something, communicate in that way. But the larger jurisdictions are still going to need to communicate. And so with that, I move a pretty simple amendment to draw the line at 3,000, according to census.
Discussion on the amendment. It's sort of cutting the baby in half.
Yep.
Senator?
So, Senator Kagan, when you say you draw the line of 3,000, what do you mean you draw the line of 3,000?
Thank you for the question. We looked at population under 1,000, exempted just 54, and that seemed like not enough to let off the hook. We looked at 2,500, which exempted 88, and 5,000, we were starting to get too high. It exempted 110, leaving only 47. And so 3,000 seemed like a reasonable gap. There were, in a couple of the numbers that I cited, there was a just above or just below the line was literally like 3 or 4 people. And so we
So
just,
3,000 is population, 3,000,
according to the census.
under 3,000 will be
Covered.
covered by this law, under 3,000. Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you. So 94 are off
This
the
issue
hook.
has come up before. A lot of small jurisdictions that have small budgets, if they're making a change, they got to pay for the ads in the Washington Post or the regional, whatever the regional newspapers, Baltimore, and it can be costly. The newspapers, of course, like this because their revenue is decreasing. So they like paid ads, notice ads. That helps cover them, and they're obviously a dying breed, as we've seen in the last 10 or 20 years. The smaller jurisdictions can deliver these by hand at every door a hell of a lot more cheaply than having them by an ad in the Washington Post, and more people probably read their local newsletter than anywhere else. So I think the vice chair has tried to say the smaller, medium-sized ones, if they can handle it, they don't have to pay the ad in the major newspaper. So that's the context.
Thank you.
Okay, on the amendment, any objection, discussion? The amendment's adopted, the bill's amended. Discussion, amendments, seeing none, would anybody wish to be recorded in the negative? Seeing not, that bill will go to the floor as amended. Next.
Bill 372, Environment Coal Tar Sealant Products, Prohibitions, the Safer Sealant Act of 2022. This bill prohibits, on or after October 1st, 2023, the sale or use of high PAH coal tar sealant products for application to a driveway or parking area in the state. The bill also requires the Maryland Department of the Environment to establish labeling requirements for coal tar sealant products, which must include the composition of the product. Finally, the bill establishes penalties for violations of the bill's provisions, which are to be paid into the Maryland Clean Water Fund. There is an amendment. It's not in your packet. It was put on your desk separately. It says Senate Bill 372, handwritten at the top, being offered by Senator Kagan. So this amendment does a couple of things. First, it exempts airports, federal facilities, and military facilities from the bill's prohibitions. It strikes the labeling component of the bill. It alters the penalty for violations of the bill to be a civil penalty up to $2,500 for each violation and an administrative penalty up to $2,500 for each violation, but not exceeding $100,000 total. And finally, sort of most substantially, the amendments change the bill to be a ban on all high PAH sealants, not simply coal tar sealants.
Okay, let's put the bill before us, moved by the vice chair, seconded by Senator Lamb. The amendment, sponsor amendment, moved by the vice chair, seconded by Senator Lamb. Let's discuss the amendments. I have a question. Just so, this restricts, and we had this discussion, high PAH coal tar, correct? It restricts or eliminates. Is that?
So the bill, as it originally came in, yes, it was only a prohibition on high PAH coal tar sealants. The amendments offered by the vice chair would take it to all sealants, not just coal tar sealants that are high PAH.
I am far from an expert on coal tar. What about LP? I can't remember what LP stands for. Yeah, someone raised to me there is something called LP that has better staying power and is not, it's like 90 times less bad as high pH coal tar. I don't even know if LP is coal tar.
It's not coal tar.
It is not coal tar. So is that covered or not covered in the amendments?
I don't know, because I don't know what its PAH content is. Because
Senator-
originally the question was whether it was covered under the bill, which it was not.
That's, my question is, so we had the hearing, we saw the proponents and the opponents. With this amendment, what's left? Like, what's allowed? I mean, has anybody weighed in on, will it drastically reduce what's available for people to use? I mean, because this really changes it a lot. So how do we, how do we know how to proceed if it changes it so much from the original bill?
I can't say that I am the world's expert at this, but the House sponsor and I had a conversation, have had a couple of conversations about this. This version is what passed in the ENT in the House, 20-4, and it would have been 21-4. There was a Republican supporter who was out, but very bipartisan, and it addresses some of the opponents' concerns by allowing. Oh, I thought, no, sorry. The exemption for military bases and airports is something that there was some request for. It doesn't change any prohibition on manufacturing in-state. It's just for sale and use in the state of Maryland,
Yeah, but Senator,
except for airports and military facilities.
but if I can, I'm sorry, it takes out coal tar and talks about sealant products. So in one sense, it broadens it. So, look, I know zero about this. I've gotten some constituent and small business people, and they say, and again, I can't even tell you what LP is, but it's not coal tar. I don't know if this covers them or it's still low enough PAH that they would be covered by this. I think we need to do a little homework. I'm sorry, Senator Riley.
This bill was in last year and made it almost to the finish line. About 11:30 in the evening, it seemed to disappear. Don't know why, but it's okay with me. I'm not in favor of this bill. We had a fellow come and testify. His name's Tom Decker, and he runs Sealmaster up in Baltimore. He's a manufacturer. He's been doing this for many, many decades. So I said to him, Mr. Decker, the committee wants data. So I said, your people make it, apply it, transport it, show me your workers' compensation claims. Because for those of you who know what workers' compensation covers, it not only covers accident, it covers sickness. So if this product was so bad, his people must have gotten sick and applied for benefits. And he showed me 12 years of records with no workers' compensation claims, not even for injury. Then I said to him, well, look, if we put it down on somebody's driveway, which is and parking lots, which are the normal uses, and someone got sick after it was applied, they would have sued you for liability claims. How many claims have you had in the past 12 years where somebody has gotten sick from the product? None. I understand in our litigious world that if there was a hint of a problem, somebody would have thrown a lawsuit in. There would have been a reserve set up by the insurance companies. If an injured employee was seeking his medical bills or loss of wages, he would have come to the workers' compensation policies. I find no basis for the bill. I'll continue to advocate against it, even with these very favorable amendments. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Riley,
Mr. Chairman?
please.
So I almost have too much information, and Senator Riley and I have talked about this. Some of it might just be a difference of opinion despite our similar interest in beverages. I'm gonna ask for an official hold. Let's see what the House does and whether they have any amendments, and then I will make a point of spending more time getting schooled on what the amendments do and be able to answer questions. So that would be my suggestion.
Yeah, it's a hold. But I want to say on page 4, it put a floor, and that's out. That language is out. So we need to know the implications. These amendments are pretty significant, even though I don't really personally care a lot about sealant. Obviously, if it's dangerous, I don't want to have it. So I'm inclined to support the bill, but I want to make sure we do this right. Senator Hester.
Thank you. So I followed this bill closely because there's students in my district, right? And last year, and the year before, it's come in 3 different postures. And these amendments switch it back and forth. And depending on which posture it is when you have the hearing, you have one side or the other side testifying against it. So I think the hold is a good idea, but I would just like to put in a plug, which I've said several times, that we have somebody who's unbiased, like at a university or something, that we could call and ask some chemistry questions.
I agree, because I have zero knowledge, and I get letters. And I can tell you, and I just shared with the vice chair, Delegate Stewart, who I like, and I was inclined to support, he had a version, we amended it down, they changed it, and then at 11:30, we couldn't get to agreement, because this does change and has implications. I'm not sure where that expert is. I don't know who we can get unbiased. I don't know.
Maybe someone watching wants to, if you're watching at home and you're good at PAHs or coal tar seal-ins or anything, get in touch with us. We'd love to talk to you
Okay.
soon.
So it's I'm dinging, so I'm sure someone watching it is trying to convince me. I'm not looking at my phone. I'm not going to look. I'm going to turn it over. So we're going to hold it, but we need more information of who and what this affects. Senator Lamb.
Just address the science piece of this with occupational exposure and workers' comp, because I do some
In
work.
your mic, if you would, it's a little muffled.
Yeah, so I do some work with occupational health and workers' comp, and I think the thing to keep in mind is that with this, it can oftentimes lead to cancer. So besides the occupational injury piece, where somebody slips or falls or something falls on them while they're working out on the driveway and such, that this can oftentimes lead to cancer, and cancer takes a really long time to manifest. And so, that may not show up in a workers' comp claim for that very reason. It may take decades before someone develops cancer, and I'm looking at cancer.gov, which is the federal government's website, and it could lead to lung, bladder, kidney, or digestive tract cancer. All of that can take a very long time. It's just like for firefighters, why we presume when they get lung cancer or something else, that it's due to their occupational injury and exposure at that time. So, just because there are no workers' comp claims that are actively, in the mix when it comes to these types of chemicals for these workers, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're not at high risk or developing cancer later on.
Continue that debate next week. No, we want to be enlightened. Anytime we have a voting session, it's like the Enlightenment. Okay, let's go to the next bill if we can, 381.
381, Senator Smith, Natural Resources, Wildlife Trafficking Prevention. So this bill establishes provisions relating to wildlife trafficking. Specifically, the bill prohibits a person from purchasing, selling, offering for sale, or possessing with the intent to sell any item that the person knows or should have known is a covered animal species, part, or product, with specified exceptions. A violator is guilty of a misdemeanor and subject to specified fines and restitution. Fines and restitution imposed under the bill are credited to the existing State Wildlife Management and Protection Fund within the Department of Natural Resources. So there are a couple of amendments to this bill. The first is in your bill packet on page 53, being offered by the bill sponsor, Senator Smith. This amendment exempts a zoo or aquarium that provides educational or scientific services and that is accredited by the Association of Zoos and Aquariums from the bill's prohibitions.
And Senator Hester has an amendment?
Yes, and so the next amendment is Senator Hester's amendment, which was passed out separately. This amendment modifies an exemption in the bill for musical instruments and extends it to knives and firearms.
Okay. On 53 is a sponsor amendment, Senator Smith, and on the freestanding page, Senator Hester is an amendment, short amendment, about a half page. Is there a motion on the bill?
Yes, in favor.
It's been moved. Is there a second? There's a second. Let's start with the sponsor amendments.
In favor.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion on the sponsor amendments that excludes, yes, Senator Ellis.
Thank you. It's hard to keep up with the volume. So if you could explain what the musical instruments have to do with this bill.
Let's hold, let's, the next amendment.
Okay.
I will let the
Thanks.
sponsor do just that. On the sponsor amendments, taking out zoos and aquariums, that's correct? Correct. Any objection to the sponsor amendment? Adopted. Senator Hester, you want to explain yours, please?
Yes, thank you. So first, let me say that every advocate who testified on behalf of this legislation has signed off on this amendment, as well as the sponsors, the House and Senate sponsors. This amendment brings the definition in line with the definition used in other states, including Hawaii, Nevada, New Hampshire, and Vermont. And it recognizes that some of these objects may have secondhand decorative ivory, and we don't want to criminalize antiques that people have lawfully obtained and may wish to sell.
Musical instruments is in the bill. The amendment extends it to knives and firearms. So if you look on page 5 of the reprint, so it would exempt musical instruments, but add knives and firearms. And then would also add this, already it said, provided that the covered animal species part or product was legally acquired. This would add an additional factor that the animal species part or product is a fixed or integral part of the item. And then instead of doing it by sort of 200 grams, it would limit it by percentage of the total weight of the musical instrument, knife, or firearm. So this is to deal with things like knives that might have a decorative ivory handle or something like that.
Understood. I thought part of the point of the bill, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, page 57 of the reprint, lines 21, 22, it talks about an antique.
So this would be...
And that isn't in the music section.
No, so this would be, sometimes musical instruments might contain ivory that is antique, but the musical instrument itself might not be antique.
I totally understand that part, but okay, it looked like to me that musical instrument was earlier on lines 3 and 4 in the definition, that line 10 is broader and specifically exempts an antique as long as you got it in a legal way and it's at least 100 years old.
So, page,
What am I missing here?
this subtitle does not apply to a covered animal species part or product that is a fixed component of, 1, an antique.
What line, what page, what
So
line,
we're on
please?
page, this is, I'm looking at the reprint of the bill right
So
now, I'm looking at Senator
At the
Hester's
Hester.
amendments, yeah.
Okay.
So page 4 of 7. So it doesn't apply to an antique, that's one exception. Or on next page of the bill, page 5, or a musical instrument, knife, or firearm, provided that, and then those additional requirements. So those are two separate things. The bill doesn't apply to antiques, and it doesn't apply to musical instruments, knives, or firearms, where the ivory or the component was obtained legally, it's a fixed component, et cetera. Those are two separate exceptions.
So with the Hester amendment, clarifying that that's still the 1 sub 1 would or wouldn't apply to knives and firearms?
So one
two.
sub one, no, so one sub one is, there,
Antique, at least 100 years old, with a provenance, would that apply to the knife or the gun?
no.
Okay, so now it's a knife or a gun that's less than 100 years old, fewer than 100 years old. I just got it, there's no provenance, and this amendment would make it okay
So
for it
a
to have.
musical instrument, a knife or a gun,
Right,
that, yes, so it, as long as the covered animal species was legally obtained, it's a fixed or integral part of the product, and it makes up less than 20% of the total weight, yes.
but it could be an endangered species, and it's not antique with no legal provenance.
I mean, it says that it would have to, the animal species part must have been legally obtained, but it doesn't specify how that's shown.
Yes, please, Senator.
So this, I do not claim to be an expert in this. I put this amendment in on behalf of Senator Bailey, who has, traveled the world protecting elephants, or whatever he's done, something like that. No, protecting. I mean, his job, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he goes after the bad, he's gone after the bad guys who shoot elephants. Right. So I'm not the expert, but he is. He has talked with Senator Smith, the chair of JPR. They both agree that this is a good amendment because it aligns with, the people who deal with these antique knives or firearms that might have pieces of animal in them. With this amendment, Senator Bailey would also like to request to be added as a co-sponsor to the bill. And he thinks that when that happens, this bill will sail magically through the House.
Senator Hester, I have no problems, obviously, with adding Senator Bailey to any bill he wants to be on, including any of mine. But one thing you just said contravenes what Ms. Morton said. And so now I'm not sure. Okay, no, I get it. Antique knives or firearms with up to 20%, with a handle, with a something that was legally gotten that's over 100 years old, that's less than 20%, I have no problem with that. What I heard her say, that this is not antique, which seems to be a further continuation of incentives to use endangered animal species parts to make new knives and firearms, and that's what this allows. Right? Is that right?
It would exempt a musical instrument, knife, or firearm, regardless of age, provided that it meets that 1, 2, and 3 on the top of page 5.
Senator Hester.
I think we have to go back to not letting the perfect be the enemy of the good. And I do not believe, I think this amendment is important to getting the bill into a good posture where it can be accepted.
What does, I'm trying, substantively, what does this amendment add to the bill?
Knives and firearms.
Knives and firearms, but they don't have to be antique. They can be legally acquired in
Right.
some countries.
So the question becomes, if it's less than 20%, might this still be an incentive to acquiring whatever, ivory or whatever from, please?
So if we remember, the purpose of the bill, it is to prevent the sale within Maryland, right? It's already prevented between states. So we're narrowing, we're making it now legal to sell it within Maryland. So,
Let's do this. I guess I want people to be able to converse. My guess is the vice chair would like to talk to Senator Smith. No?
No offense,
Oh, okay.
So,
Vice Chair.
Sue goes on a safari, an African safari, and legally buys a knife or a firearm with a handle from an endangered species. Acquired it legally because in that country they don't police it in that way. Sue comes back to Maryland, having bought it legally, and sells it in Maryland. It's not antique. She just bought it and bought it legally, and it's it's the handle of a knife or firearm, and it's less than 20% of the total weight. And then she creates a market to encourage people to continue to sell endangered species parts, which means killing them, generally. I don't like the amendment. I like Senator Bailey. I appreciate what he does, and I think it's very kind of Senator Hester to bring it and present it and defend it, but I will be voting against the Hester amendment.
Senator, and then Senator. Well, I'm going to see your light. Senator Gallion.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't think this amendment's going to lead to widespread folks going to other countries and using animal parts and bringing back here and like have this big market and stuff. I think maybe we're overthinking this. And, you know, I know that once the bill's in our purview, we can kind of do what we want, but, you know, it should give folks, I would think, comfort that the bill sponsor is okay with this. So I'd just like to speak, I'll be supporting the amendment.
Okay, further discussion on the Hester amendment? Further discussion? Senator?
Every advocate who testified on behalf of the legislation has signed off on this amendment.
Senator Bailey is requested to be added as a co-sponsor, and Senator Carrozza has requested to be added as a co-sponsor.
I have an amendment to restrict Sunday hunting of elephants, Sunday hunting of elephants in St. Mary's County. Okay, any objection to the sponsor amendment? Seeing none. Anybody wish to be recorded in opposition to the favorable? Seeing none, that'll go as unanimous. Next.
Senate Bill 386, Interstate Medical Licensure Compact, Sunset Extension and Reporting. This bill extends the Interstate Medical Licensure Compact for physicians for 5 years until 2027. Requires the Board of Physicians to include in its upcoming annual report information about license applications through the compact and recommendations on whether the compact should continue, and recommendations to streamline licensure for out-of-state physicians. There are sponsor amendments that will extend the compact for 8 years until 2030 to mirror the date of the Board of Physicians sunset review.
Let's put the bill before us. It's been moved, seconded. The amendment, we're going to assume the same movers. Any objection to the amendment?
Question?
Yes.
Ms. Foxworth, since generally we've been doing 10 years, why do we want to go from 8 years and 3 months to 11 years? Why do they want to be longer than most of the others?
So they felt like combining, or streamlining the date for 11 years would kind of mirror the date of the upcoming sunset review for the Board of Physicians. So it was kind of a convenience thing that the board suggested in their testimony.
Do we do things for convenience purposes? I mean, seriously?
She can't answer that.
Right. Senator Hester, you've been kind of the thought leader on some of this. Do you have thoughts?
None.
None. Okay.
On the vital amendment, any objection? Seeing none, it's adopted. The bill is amended. Debate? Seeing none, would anybody wish to be recorded in opposition to the favorable? Seeing none, that'll go to the floor with a unanimous vote. Next,
Senate Bill 411, Maryland Senator Edward J. Casemeyer College Investment Plan, State Matching Contribution, Age of Account Holder. This bill requires the account holder of an Edward J. Casemeyer College Investment Plan to be at least 18 years of old for applications filed on or after January 1, 2022. The bill must be construed to apply retroactively and must be applied to and interpreted to affect any application filed on or after January 1, 2022. There are no amendments, and there was no opposition at the hearing.
Just wanted to affirm, people were taking advantage of opening accounts and getting state-funded contributions, and they opened a whole lot of them, and they got a whole lot of money. We're trying to narrow down the abuse while maintaining the incentive. So I'm very much in favor of this bill. Thank you.
that's absolutely right. Debate, further debate, discussion, amendments. Seeing none, anybody wish to be recorded in opposition to the favorable? Seeing none, that will go to the floor unanimously. Next.
Commission to study the healthcare workforce crisis in Maryland establishment. This bill establishes a commission to study the healthcare workforce crisis as a 2-year commission to study the healthcare workforce crisis. It requires a commission to study the extent of the crisis, to examine turnover rates and short-term solutions to shortages, authorizes the commission to establish advisory committees, and requires the commission to submit a yearly report. There are sponsor amendments, which require the commission to consult with the Department of Veterans Affairs on issues that are particular to civilian populations, require strategies that are developed to reduce turnover rates, and those strategies should include wage increases and career advancement opportunities. Requires the commission to establish advisory commissions, and requires the advisory commissions or work groups to include non-commissioned members. And it adds the Secretary of Labor and the Deputy Secretary of Behavioral Health to the commission.
Someone like to put the bill in front of us? Senator Washington, second, Senator Patterson. Somebody want to offer the amendments? Senator Washington, I'll assume Senator Patterson. The amendments are before us. Discussion on the amendments. Senator Vice Chair.
On the bill as amended is what's before us, right?
We haven't adopted the amendments. I want to see.
Oh, sorry.
Is there any debate on the
It doesn't matter,
amendments?
the amendment is.
Senator Riley.
I just think we ought to have Senator Bidle on the commission for the study. I mean, if she's the sponsor, we need to make an amendment to make sure she's, never mind.
I will share that with the Senate President who makes the appointments. Okay, any objection to the amendments? Seeing none, they're adopted. The bill is amended. Vice Chair Kagan.
So this is similar to, but different from, in my view, different from the last commission we were talking about with green buildings, or green businesses and nonprofits. The problem with this one is the timetable, in my view. Is there a healthcare shortage? Absolutely. We all know it. Do we need solutions? Absolutely. We all know it. The problem is that this goes into effect July 1st of 2022, and it includes the people we are asking to serve on this, 2 members of the Senate, who may or may not be reelected this year, 2 members of the House, who may or may not be, Secretary of Higher Education, he continues on, Secretary of Health, likely to change, probably, Superintendent of Schools, He'll continue. Secretary of Higher Education, I mean, I don't know who the new governor is and whether person will continue. Secretary of Commerce, pretty likely to change. Mike Gill is filling in as a favor. The Deputy Secretary of Developmental Disabilities, probably changing. Public Health, I mean, I'm not going to go through, but there are a million people on here, and they're all going to start in this. They're going to serve for 6 months, and then a whole new crop of people are going to come in and need to try to figure out where to start, what to do, and how to move forward. And the crisis is now, so I get it that we don't want to necessarily delay a start date, but I think starting and stopping and starting again and having all new people come in doesn't make any sense on something this critical. I don't quite know what the solution is, but I think this bill, even as amended, doesn't make any sense to me.
Floor is open. I think there are a lot of good points. Senator Washington, followed by Senator Hester.
Thank you. So I have some additional amendments that add people who are continuing, aren't electoral. But this is something that, trying to figure out, some of our joint committees have been, we're trying to do some of this during the interim, and frankly, have been trying to do some of this for the last couple of years, and it has not been recognized and been allowed to move forward. So we wanted to codify this, and I've been in communication with the sponsor in the House, because we both are joint committee members, chairs of joint committees, and she's also on HDO, and I feel like that it's good to have, now we can move with the timeline perhaps, but we believe that with the amendments that there'll be enough people on the commission to transition it, and it won't start and stop, and I don't know, that's.
Senator Hester, then back to the vice chair.
Because we serve until, I'm just going to say, all of us serve until January 12th,
But who's counting?
2023.
All right.
So we have another 8 months.
Well, I'd certainly like to hear the senator's amendments. I mean, I do think that the chair makes a good point, but this is both a long-term problem, as the senator has been working on it for several years, has said, and it's also an acutely intense problem. I don't see why it takes us so long to get these things done. If it were me, I would just hire a consultant and demand that they give us a report in like 3 or 4 months, so that by the time the new administration takes effect, they would have some ideas which the new administration could either take or leave. So, but.
Thank you, Chairman. I agree with the senator from Howard County. It is an issue of importance. I would like the committee to consider 2 issues. Number one is we can make it an emergency bill and get it into effect a few months earlier. Number 2, the appointment is going to be done by the President of the Senate, Speaker of the House. And I don't know about you, but last time I looked at the list, there are about 20 senators who are unopposed. There's probably 40 delegates who are unopposed, or pretty assured of re-election. I have great confidence in the leadership of the General Assembly that they can find somebody who will last more than 8 months. So I'm very supportive of the bill. Suggest to consider it an emergency bill so we can make it effective earlier, and count on the leadership to find a couple of legislators who most assuredly will be back the following year. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with everything that's been said. I think the legislators are the least of the problem with this, truly. I mean, I agree with you. There are some number of legislators who have filed and who will, either due to lack of opposition or minor, token opposition, are likely to return. Not that that's ever guaranteed, and that's another matter. But the list that I read is of administrators, of cabinet secretaries, and they are.
There are 8 of them, a significant number.
And so, and I can tell you, and Senator Riley, I bless you all the time. Senator Riley and Delegate Krebs were with me the entire time working on the Next Generation 911 Commission. I can tell you that when Delegate Michael Jackson was elevated to the Senate, that was disruptive, and we had to bring in one new delegate and kind of lost, I mean, he stayed a little bit engaged and stuff, but lost that. It's hard, because you build the relationships, the trust, the knowledge base, the expertise. So when one or two people, and then we had someone who retired and moved out of state, and he still came in and Zoomed in a bunch of the meetings. I mean, but it's disruptive. And so when you're talking about 8 people on a commission, and they're the people who are the powerful people, who are the cabinet secretaries and stuff, I think that's a problem, and I don't know what the solution. I also was thinking about, we were channeling our inner thing here, if we made it an emergency bill, and this is, a big if there was a willingness to get started now in starting to have some meetings, maybe there could be an interim report that we make due to December of this year. So there's something due in 2024, and I think so if we ask for something now and then we just acknowledge, it says it's 2 years, on or before December 31st of each year, right. So we could get kind of the preliminary report this year, and then the new folks come in and they have 18 months left. But again, the new administration, whomever she or he will be, they come in January. It's going to take them a while to pick their team, get them approved by Senate, get them to start. I just want to be realistic and not set up, expectations of failure for them.
To add, I'm sorry, Senator, that I was thinking that the final report should actually be December 1, 23, so we can start taking action in January of 24. So after the interim report in December 31st or whatever, they've got 12 months. I mean, we should have something to act on. This puts it back another whole year. So that was another thing I'd like to suggest. Senator.
General, maybe a little comment here. It seems, we deal with so many commissions to study this and to study that. Don't we have a pretty good idea what the issue is here? Wouldn't our time be better invested in, supporting more training opportunities, or, we've had bills about getting people licensed and stuff like that. How many commissions do we really need? Isn't that data, can't we find that video or that data through other means? Is it really necessary to have another commission?
Senator.
So, I think there is a general sense of some of the challenges and issues when it comes to the healthcare workforce crisis. I think part of the commission, and I didn't speak with the sponsor, but, I think we've seen where sometimes commissions can help lay the groundwork because there are multiple stakeholders that are involved. And you may need to bring together efforts or programs, activities that cross various departments and jurisdictions. And so a commission like this at least brings the right people to the table, because it's not just limited to the Department of Health or Commerce or Labor, et cetera. And we as legislators are part of that process and solution too, and that's why I think there are legislators that are part of this. But I think it's to look at some of the national findings as to what are challenges to the healthcare workforce, apply them to Maryland, and also make sure all the stakeholders are on board with you engage in this piece, you engage in this piece, and try to collaborate and address the issue.
Senator, I would agree with you generally. I just think this is a major problem, I think. And I think there are a lot of nuanced pieces to this. One thing I learned a few years ago, one of the problems with the nurse shortage early on, they couldn't get people to teach at nursing because the salary was lower than what they make in the hospital. That was a major problem that, at community colleges, a lot of places, they couldn't get enough people because it was a pay cut. And I think there are more things like that out there. Maybe it's licensure, et cetera. Again, I don't like a lot of these, but I think it's a pretty significant thing. So, that's where I am on this. Okay, we have some amendments. The first amendment is the Vital Amendment. The Vital Amendment. There were a few. I don't know what. The Vital Amendment of adding a few people to it. Any objection to that? There was a suggestion of making an emergency. Any objection? Adopted. I've suggested making the final report maybe December 1, give us some time, 23 instead of June 24. Any objection? I heard Senator Washington had some amendments, and then I'll come back to you, Senator. Mary, Senator Washington.
Are they, I don't think they're in this packet, but did you all get, I think they were put into three pieces. I know they were drafted.
So I can check with the amendment office and get those printed. I don't have them in my folder, though.
Okay, well, I can talk through them, but I have numbers, I have the numbers and I have the amendments.
Depending how easy it is, we can take it up now or we can take it up next
Yeah,
week.
this first one I think is fairly easy. And we may have to adjust it because I also had the Secretary of Labor. Sorry. So one of the things that my amendments do is it just actually strikes some of the members. The bill has every single executive director of every board. I just felt like that was just way too many, and so it strikes that. And instead, it does have the executive director of the State Board of Physicians and the executive director of the State Board of Nursing, so just those two. It strikes, again, the other ones. Then it has, then it adds the chair of the Maryland Higher Education Commission on Private School Advisory Council. So that Private School Advisory Council has a specific career development component, and against the state, they're there. So I would be adding that. Also, would add the chair of the Maryland Commission on Health Equity, because we formed that Health Equity Commission, and so to make sure that there's equity across geography, when we're looking at this issue, that's an important piece. The other piece that was missing was engaging our academic institutions. So I have the provost of the Graduate School of the University of Maryland, Baltimore. That would be the head of all of our professional medical disciplines. And so that person, again, is charged with that, would have that view. Also, we have the Office of Healthcare Quality. Again, that's an important entity that maintains the quality. And so that's my first set of amendments, is getting rid of so it's getting rid of that requiring every single executive director isn't there, adding specifically the two of the physicians and nursing, and then these four others.
Them or their designee.
Yes.
Let me ask, and I'll get to you, Senator.
We could wait.
Do people feel comfortable with this, or do you want to see it in print and we take it up next week?
I like it.
Okay.
I'm good.
Do you want to speak to that, Senator? I don't want to miss you here.
Yes, so I was thinking in lines with Senator Washington about, specifically about our medical training institutions, to have them at the table, because it's a pipeline issue, so thank you for that. So that, you covered it for me.
Whether you gave any thought to any practitioners, and I'm going to just make an imperfect analogy. On the Kerwin Commission, on the blueprint, which is guiding our public schools for the next 10 years, Britt Kerwin would not fit into any of these boxes, and we would miss the opportunity to benefit from the equivalent in healthcare to someone like Dr. Kerwin.
Right, the sponsor, so a part of the bill, there's this advisory committee that they can add. It's problematic that once you start adding all those, so these are sort of acceptable leads, and that's I got these okayed. The other ones, I wouldn't be able to. I'm sorry? Yeah.
Cade.
Oh, I spoke to both to Senator Bidle and to the House sponsor, who is the originator.
Let me ask a quick question, then I'll go to Senator Hester. Do you think we should have someone from the hospitals? I mean,
Well, they
someone from the MHA who, I mean, they are not the only ones, but they are big institutions that are feeling it in many ways.
So you'll note that all the positions are either sort of quasi-governmental, there are multiple hospital associations, so that, again, if you want to do that, I had offered that, and she felt that they went down that path, and they could be a part of the advisory council.
Okay, Senator Hester, and then we'll vote on Senator Washington's amendment.
Okay, I was going to ask, I guess the maker of the amendment a question. It says in the bill, that the commission shall be staffed by, the state agencies represented on the commission jointly shall provide staff for the commission. And just noting that we have so many unfilled state positions, when you were talking to the sponsor, was there any thought given to the commission having the authority to contract or a little bit of money to pay somebody to help pull all this together so that we can move as quickly as possible?
I did not ask her about that. I don't think that's a bad idea.
Yeah, I mean, I think once this amendment is passed, I'd like to offer a conceptual amendment to that point.
Okay, we'll come back. On the Washington amendment, in terms of changing the makeup, Senator Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's very hard for me to just know the total makeup of this commission, not being able to meet, greet them. I just want to make sure we're going to be inclusive here, and geographical location should be a major component of concern as well. And you may well have those. I just simply, you guys may know all these department heads. I just simply don't. Make sure, if we looking at somebody in the hospital arena, let's look at someone in the southern part of the state as well. I mean, I hear the Baltimore City name mentioned quite a bit here. Nothing against my good colleagues in Baltimore. I just want to make sure that members of the lower part of the state is also inclusive and a part of this process.
From what I heard, they're positions and not locales. I mean.
Maryland and Baltimore, that's our statewide graduate school. It's located in Baltimore, but it's not so anyone who wants to become a dentist or a nurse or a social worker or a doctor or a lawyer, wherever across the whole state, that's where they would go to school.
Right. Yeah.
So, but yeah, I mean.
Or nurses or something like that. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry.
Two things, Senator. We can proceed with the amendment, or we can hold it to next week so you can look at what the positions are. But I'm not sure it's going to answer your question, because we don't, I mean, I don't know the person from the Board of Physicians or the Board of Nurses, who they are, where they live. I just don't, we don't know a lot of that stuff. So, but we can either vote it today or we can hold it to next week. We'll have to make one decision or the other.
I'll live with the choice made by the sponsor of the amendment. At this point, I've made it clear of how I feel about it, so I trust that my concerns will be addressed in the selection process.
Chairman, so following up with Senator Patterson, a lot of rural counties have unique health needs, and, a lot of it based around Medicare, Medicaid, and reimbursements, which is less than others. So there's like a Maryland Rural Health Association, and there are other organizations like that. So, I mean, I would love to, include similar organizations like that to make sure, folks with unique health issues are covered also. Because in the rural areas, because of the lower reimbursement for medical professionals, we have extra problems with attracting healthcare professionals that's unique to the rural areas in Maryland.
That's true.
Is there a state entity or a state university program that focuses on rural health? If you could find that, that would fit. And I'm just saying that an association, that's one, but there are other ones
Right.
that represent themselves as rural. So, but if there's one of our academic institutions specializes it, perhaps we could add the person.
Yeah,
from
I'll do my research,
Okay.
and my colleague to the left mentioned like Rural Maryland Council, which advocates for rural communities and healthcare in other areas. So we can definitely zero in on that, but I can,
I mean, we could pass the amendment. We don't have to, you could still hold the bill after you do that if you want, but, whatever you guys want to do.
I'd like to move it. Is there a crossfile?
Yeah,
Well,
so you could
can
put
you put
something
the
on
name on
that.
the House bill?
Yeah.
well, deal with them. I mean, Senator Patterson brought up a really big issue, and it just got me to really expand that issue. And if we come back next voting session with these additional names, it'll be easier to get it through. But I just don't want to leave anything to the House, I'm not over there, and so, I have very little impact, and I was never over there, so I don't know how they work.
Well,
But,
I mean, I'm working with
yeah.
I'm working with the sponsor, so she's the chair of a committee, and so.
yeah. So if we could put a hold on it for, until next voting session, to get these lists updated, so work with Senator Patterson and get that done. Thanks.
Just be careful. I don't want to go down, and again, there are a lot of important interests, whether it's rural, there are other groups. It can also go down the rabbit hole where we start having 5 or 10 or 15 different interest groups. So just be careful. If it gets too big, it's unwieldy. I've been on 25, met for 3 years. So let's just be aware, that's all. And that's not to minimize any, the impact of any group that is voiceless. So I just want us to be aware. I'd hate to come in with 10 or 15 more next week. So let's be selective. Next bill.
Who was concentrated in central Maryland, so we can always take off, but add these important groups that are often overlooked in things that's done in the state, and we're adversely affected by overlooking these marginalized areas of the state. And so, we can adjust it that way. It's not always adding on more, Mr. Chairman, but it's adjusting to make it perfect size, but include folks that have been marginalized in rural areas, which a lot of unique health issues. So, I think we can work with it, but not think just that we address these issues, we're making things unwieldy.
No, Senator, I don't disagree. I don't know, the senator gave us a list of organizations and interests. I don't know that they're necessarily central Maryland. I don't know, like the nursing shortage, we have a bill, physician's assistants. They want to have more flexibility on prescribing authority because there are not many doctors on the Eastern Shore. So, all I'm saying is it comes up in different ways, and the organizations are not geographic bound, is all I'm saying. And I don't know.
Well, I'm just taking off the lead of Senator Patterson, which was a very important issue he brought out there. And we went through this with the floor with the affordability, or not affordability, the education blueprint. So we want to avoid that and just make sure that it's really spread
Don't
out
disagree.
in these issues. I'm sorry?
I don't disagree.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
Next bill.
Senate Bill 454, Marine Contractor License, Performance of Services, Licensing Requirements, and Fees. This bill authorizes an individual who is employed by a county or municipality in the state to perform specified marine contractor services within the scope of their employment without having to obtain a license. In addition, a local government employee who performs marine contractor services within the scope of their employment and must be licensed is exempt from paying license or testing fees. There is an amendment in your bill packet on page 64, being offered by Senator Bailey, who's one of the bill's sponsors. The amendment provides that a unit of local government qualifies for a marine contractor license. It also limits the bill's local government exemption from licensing requirements to work that, 1, does not require a federal or state permit, and 2, does not increase the footprint of an existing structure.
Okay, let's put the bill before us first. Is there a motion for the bill? It's been moved. Is there a second? Second. And there was an amendment, I believe. That was the sponsor amendment? Yes. Sponsor amendment, I'm going to assume the same two people are putting that forward. Discussion on the amendment. What page was that on?
64. The reprint begins on page 65.
Okay, discussion on the amendment. Sorry. Discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, no objection, we adopt the amendment. The bill as amended. Any debate? Can I assume by the silence that there's unanimity on passing to the floor?
On this bipartisan bill, yes.
Another one for Bailey. Okay, that's done. We're getting there.
All right. Senate Bill 489, Senator Hershey, Queen Anne's County Public Safety, Buildings Used for Agritourism. This is another one of those bills that exempts an agricultural building, this time in Queen Anne's County, used for agritourism, from 1, adhering to the Maryland Building Performance Standards, and 2, obtaining a change of occupancy permit if 1, the building's used for agritourism does not require it to be occupied by more than 200 people, and the width of egress of the building meets specified building code standards. This is similar to what the bill that we had earlier for Somerset County.
To the floor as it is. Okay, two more. One has a sponsor problem.
Senate Bill 500, Anne Arundel County Republican Party Central Committee Elections. This emergency bill reduces from 3 to 2 the number of members elected to the Anne Arundel County Republican Party Central Committee from each councilmanic district of Anne Arundel County. There was extensive opposition, no, I'm sorry. There are no amendments, no opposition at that.
We have one more that we're second on, and then we have a bill that was sent back to us from Budget and Tax with an amendment. Yeah, if only. Who's handling, is this 228 is
That's me.
Stacy?
Yes. Senate Bill 228, Maryland Corps Program Revisions. This bill makes significant changes to the Maryland Corps program, including allowing participants to transition to the workforce as well.
Stacy, we were second on this.
Correct.
Budget and tax was first. I believe, was it Senator Washington or Senator Riley? Was it? Senator Washington, hopefully, anybody else? Senator Gallion, did you sit in on this too or not? No, I was on the State Department. Okay. Anyway, it was at least Senator Washington participated or observed. I'm sorry, just so you have context. Yes, Senator. Yes, Ms. Goodman.
So this bill makes significant changes to the Maryland Corps program, including allowing participants to transition to the workforce as well as to an institution of higher education. Under the restructured Maryland Corps, in addition to the other specified expenses, program funding is to be used to, 1, expand the Chesapeake Conservation Corps, 2, create a Maryland Civilian Climate Corps, and 3, create a Maryland Historic Trades Corps. The Maryland Corps Board of Directors is restructured and established as a separate body with an executive director and authority to hire staff directly. Accordingly, the bill removes the responsibility for program staffing from the Governor's Office of Service and Volunteerism and removes program administration from an operator selected via a request for proposals. The Governor must appropriate the following amounts to the Maryland Corps Program Fund: $5 million in fiscal 2024, $10 million in fiscal 2025, $15 million in fiscal 2026, and $20 million in fiscal 2027 and each fiscal year thereafter. Budget and Tax Committee voted favorable with amendments. That amendment's on the last page of your packet. The amendment adds co-sponsors. It clarifies language for the provision of stipends and board regulations, and clarifies language regarding the purpose of the Maryland Civilian Climate Corps. You can access the testimony on your floor system if you're interested in taking a look, but it was all favorable or favorable with amendments.
So, Ms. Goodman, let me ask a question too, and I'm sure Senator Washington probably has some. So it takes the three core, the Chesapeake Corps, the, what were the names of the other two?
So it expands the Chesapeake Conservation Corps. It creates a Maryland Civilian Climate Corps, and then also creates a Maryland Historic Trades Corps.
Okay, and they are organized under this new body?
Yes,
All three?
yes.
So I guess my question is, and this came up the other day, the Bay Trust had been overseeing the Chesapeake Conservation Corps. So does this shift them from them to this new body? I'm just trying to understand what this is going to look like.
I'm looking just to make sure I understand it myself here.
Yeah, we don't have a full file on this.
Yeah, yes. No, the amendment is just those, is very minor. On your floor system, you should get the text and all the testimony there. I'm checking just to make sure.
Okay.
I did not get that from the council, but I can check in and get that for you. Let me see if she's still here. She's not online, so I think she's actually at home, council.
Senator Washington, you obviously were here, so you would like to.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't go into a lot of the detail. They presented it. There weren't a lot of questions. I generally support the concept. I think given, the review of what we were contemplating in the climate bill, I don't know, it just maybe wouldn't be a bad idea to look at how they line up with each other before we take a final vote.
There are two questions here. One is how this works.
Right.
And I've spoken with the Senate President in his office of coordinating
Right.
whether the, I can't remember, what do we call what's it called? The Climate Justice Corps is included in this, or be wrapped into this, or, I think we both said we're open to working that out. But separate from coordinating this bill and the climate bill, I think this is still a new bill in terms of
Yes.
creating and building this whole new core. So
Right. Yeah.
while I know they'd like this on the fast track, I think we can wait till Tuesday.
Okay.
So the vote was unanimous in B and T.
So if you get a minute, read through it, okay? So we can come with suggestions. We have one bill back from B and T, then I have, then a couple of announcements. Senator Ellis?
Yeah, quick question now. I would love to be a co-sponsor of this, so,
Yeah.
Well, we'll do it on Tuesday.
okay, great, thank you.
Stacy, just remind us, we have at least two and probably more, or? Well, does it? Yeah, add me too. Anybody, who would like to be a co-sponsor? Yeah. Okay. What? We just said we read it? Okay, let's ask that question again on Tuesday. Okay. Is this you, April?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So Senate Bill 7, Invasive and Native Plants Classification, Listing, Use, and Sales and Use Tax. This was a bill that we had already voted on, sent it up to Budget and Tax, which had a second on it. They adopted the amendment that just went around to you, basically strikes the sales tax exemption piece of the bill. So that is the motion right now would be, if we want to adopt the amendment, would be to reconsider the vote and then to consider the amendment.
If we move to reconsider the vote, so we can add it on an amendment, is there a second? Second. It's bills before us. This is the amendment that Budget and Tax is recommending. Senator, who made the motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to have that exemption, but at the same time, the purpose of the bill is to develop a reference for what is a native species. It's a question that many people ask, including my household, if we can provide a robust database of some nature that people can make reference to, I'm all for it. Thank you.
I'm sorry. So how do you speak to the amendment?
Acceptable. Favorable.
Okay, so basically, we're getting rid of sales tax on native plants?
No, we're,
Getting rid of the exemption.
yeah. So the original bill would have gotten rid of sales tax on native plants. E&T
Okay,
was not excited about that.
I'm not happy about that, but
right, okay.
everything else is fine.
On the amendment, Senator Carozza?
No, I had questions on the general bills.
Okay, anybody have more discussion on the amendment? Anybody object to the amendment? Amendment is adopted. The bill is back before us like we sent it with the one amendment which we just approved. Senator Carozza, followed by Senator Washington.
I'm just trying to do a little refresher, so maybe council can help. Is this, I see it's what it's requiring the Secretary of Agriculture to do, but was there consultation with them and exactly is this what are we asking them to do? I see the classifications, but what are they actually required to do?
So what they are required to do under this bill is to classify, so they have a classification of Tier 1 and Tier 2 invasive species. Tier 1 invasives, I can't remember what the distinction here is. It's an invasive plant species. It's likely to cause severe harm within the state. 2 includes invasive plant species that cause or are likely to cause substantial harm. So I think with Tier 1, there's a prohibition on sale of those, and Tier 2, it essentially there has to be labeling of them if you're going to sell them. So this builds off of that existing program and requires the Department of Agriculture to classify as a Tier 1 or Tier 2 invasive species each invasive plant species identified in the Plant Invaders of Mid-Atlantic Natural Areas published by the National Park Service and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, which is a more expansive list than the current one that the Department of Agriculture has developed.
So Farmer Gallion,
Do you have the vote record? Because I don't know that you did vote for it.
I just
We
was
did
trying
vote
to,
for it.
This started at B&T?
No, it started in EHE.
We voted it. We voted it a week
Straight
ago.
favorable.
Favorable, I don't remember what the vote was. 11-0? Then it went up to B&T. They had a smart, fiscally responsible amendment, which we've adopted, and now it's back before us as amended.
There was no unfavorable one.
Right.
okay.
We've adopted the amendment. Everyone will be recorded favorable as amended and sent to the floor. Okay, we cleared about 2/3 of 3/4. Let me tell you about next week so we're prepared. Tuesday, we have a light hearing schedule. We will come back on Pfas and on the Conservation Corps, or the Maryland Corps, I should call it. On Tuesday? No.
No?
No. Those two on Tuesday. So my guess is we can finish hearings by 3. Hopefully the voting, an hour. I mean, we know we're down to what the debates are, what the amendments are. So hopefully people can get out at somewhat of a reasonable time on Tuesday. Thursday, after hearings, we will have a voting list of some number of bills, 5, 10, 15. We won't stay super late, but after hearings on Thursday, we're going to have a voting session on bills other than climate. Friday, after session, and after a short break, we're going to take up climate, and we will get the sponsor amendments to you Thursday. And obviously, you all will have amendments, and the sooner you can give them to council, the better. And we will take that up on Friday and work through all the amendments and to a final vote. So if it takes us 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, whatever it takes. So Tuesday, 2 bills after hearings. Shouldn't be a long time. We got the PFAS down to 1 or 2 questions. We got the this bill, obviously, the Maryland Corps. Thursday, we'll send you a list by Wednesday of the 5 or 10 or 12 bills. We won't overburden you. And then Friday will be climate. And then hopefully after next Friday, we can slow down a little bit. We get more bills. And either they sit in the drawer and we catch hell from our colleagues, or we try to move them. So that's why we are in the pickle we're in. Questions about next week, Senator?
On one of those days, could we come back to SB4? I think Simon, Aaron, and I have agreed on an amendment. Senator Seminer, I'm so sorry.
Well, look, we held about 8 bills. Very likely we'll put a bunch of those on Thursday.
Thank you.
Tuesday.
Reminder, because it has come up quite a few times today. If you have an amendment that is finalized by the amendment office, remember to forward it to that EHE amendments address. I think sometimes people assume because it pops up on their floor system or in their email that we somehow automatically get it. We do not unless you actually forward that email to EHE amendments. So just a reminder.
Have a good one.